Good morning, welcome. Uh, how was everybody's holidays? I hope they went well. I have a small cough this morning, so I may have to mute myself from time to time. We'll see how that goes. Um, the It's also a slow morning for me. Um, I don't remember where we left off. I know we left off Wednesday I think was the last day we were working on things, and we were working on getting our bot connected. We got most of the game side set up. I did take some time over the weekend to, or I guess extended weekend, in particular yesterday. I did take some time to think about what we want to do for a interface. I haven't figured out how we're going to do the cross, like an incentive system, I guess you could say, or progression system, whatever you want to call it. I get a little bit of A, a little bit of B. I still need to figure out how we're going to do that, because it's going to be tied to some sort of like time watched, but I need to figure out how to allocate that on a per streamer host basis, I guess. So I need to spend some time thinking about how to link all that together. In the short term, so what we'll be working on today will just be focused on the mechanical systems on how to get it set up. At some point, we will probably have to overhaul bits and pieces here and there, but I feel like we can build a pretty solid interface that should be fairly extensible, and we should just have to change a little of our binding logic on when and where we set like the stream IDs for watching and stuff like that. Because I like the idea that we could, in theory, expand this to be a PvP game and like stream versus stream. And in order to do that, for testing purposes, we would need to allocate each side of the game board to a stream. And if I don't have another streamer that's willing to work with me during that time frame, the easiest thing to do would be link one into Discord and one into Twitch and let it go that way. So I kind of want to think through how to enable that side of things, because that would enable streamers that have large YouTube presences and large Twitch presences to work independently or together. So those are all things that we need to account for from a long-term standpoint. And then and then how do we then expand that to say, well, these are all allocated to this specific streamer, so cross-platform should all be tied in through one experience system for this person. I did think through that still needs to be decided on. I did think through how we want to handle ad breaks, how we want to handle I don't know how we're going to do that on YouTube. That might be a problem. I did think through how we handle ad breaks on Twitch, how we handle a buffered queue and retries and stuff like that. So that's all in there. Right now, the design, all of these games are by design not going to be fast-paced real time. Just because that's the nature of Twitch streams. Like there's a delay. You're never gonna be able to get super responsive on those things. So I'm built into the bot's design around that. And so to reduce traffic, it will do buffered batches and an acknowledgement system. And then while it's waiting for the acknowledgement on a request, it will be queuing the next set of requests. And so as soon as it gets the acknowledgement, it just sends again. And so it just kind of does that. And that helps us with a keep alive standpoint. It also helps with if a user just is spamming requests, the games, again, by design, are meant to send action, perform action, then you can send next action. And so until the acknowledgement's returned, it will just overwrite your requests until the next batch goes out. And so if you send 50 requests, it's just your last one that gets sent in the next batch. It's then up to the client after that to determine whether or not it's going to accept. And so we will need client-side logic for that as well. Client in this case being the game running on a given stream. And the reason for that being is the Discord. We don't want to build the game directly into Discord and just render it, because one, we're sending a lot more information that way over the long run, but two, it's also going to be that would mean that every time we wanted to build a new bot, we're updating Discord to our like bot. Every time we want to build a new game, we're updating our bot to have a new game, which is a lot. I would rather it be more of a pub sub acknowledgement system than anything. I do still need to, here I'll switch over so you guys can see this as well. I do still need to handle how we want to allocate our APIs from a definition standpoint. I mocked out some basic ones. These are our essential commands. There's a couple different ways we can go about this. I've been on the Discord side. I've started leaning towards things like obet-user command params, so that if you have multiple bots, the likelihood of having a collision goes down pretty drastically. I do have, for user commands, I have this. Technically, I have that, and I have admin, obet admin for admin commands. This is where all the user commands go. That way, from a just regular run-of-the-mill user on your Discord, this is what they see. And so following this pattern, we would have obet gather, cell one kind of thing. And then obet gather, deliver lane one wood. I don't know what we're going to do for our resources yet. We still need to figure that out. Obet support lane two, something like that. With this, we can spin up commands fairly easy. Although I think we might want to swap this to something like obet game. Or maybe we want our game name to be, so in this case, we would want the name to be fairly short but identifiable. So in this case, we have I don't know, RTS, something. And so we put the game name in, the command, and then the parameters to the command. And that would allow us to code this into the bot as the command, and then everything after this point is parameters. And then we can just switch case on this. I don't even know if we need to switch case on that. Technically we don't have to. If we scroll down a little bit, you can see I did a little bit of work down here on setting up what I think it would look like for the different APIs. And if we go here, this is the command structure I'm thinking about sending off to with each batch. It would just be a list of these or an array of these. Um, I'm injecting a UUID that would be built by the bot for the acknowledgement system, so we can acknowledge on a per command basis. You can see the parameters up here. Given a command name, which this would be gather, support, deliver, as we mentioned before. But additionally, I'm adding an add start, add end, and a phase. That way the bot can control when we shift between the phases, and tie that to our add start, add end. So it can handle all of that logic without having to code it into the game. That does mean it works fine for this game. I'm torn about this one. It works great for this game, but not all games are going to have phase sessions like this. The reason I put this in here is stream go live. So we can like boot everything up, connect it, and then until you hit phase 0 or phase 1, whatever, I assume we'll 0 base these things. As soon as the phase command goes out, then it would start the game. But if that's all we're using it for, we could just as easily have game start command, game end command, which has no data attached to it. And so game start starts running things locally in the game. Add start would pause the game, show a message. Add end would remove the message, resume the game. And then it would, transition through everything per the game's internal logic. And then we can do a game end command at the end of the stream, and that would turn it off. And then these are our player commands. And we have player details. Eventually I want to add things like cosmetics and stuff, which is why we have this customizations block. The important thing for now are these two. Technically the important thing no, we would need both of these. I'm using the UID to allocate each rendered character will get allocated the UID. That way we can determine if you have a character on the board already or not, and reject commands, going back to that acknowledgement system we were just talking about. And the name is what will be displayed over the character, so you can identify which one's yours. Eventually we'll add customizations, which will help with that too. But still need to figure out resources, but it's going to be a string name, so. Let's add game start and game end to our list here. I'm feeling pretty good about this overall structure. I think for batch sizes, I put it in here somewhere, but I think the initial one, yeah, 100 tentatively, I think would be a good cap on batch size. Each batch would get sent as soon as the acknowledgement goes out. Hang on just a second, my fiance's here. Sorry about that. Fiance was struggling with the door. Um, we had some pretty heavy. I know that most of the Midwest had some pretty heavy storms last night. We had some like pretty massive gusts, and the we have a large garage that's technically it's classified as a detached garage because it's not part of the home structure, but it's like a foot away, and then they added a facade so it looks like it's part of the structure, but it's actually not. Anyways, it's got a metal roof on it, and the winds were so strong that it literally was peeling the sheet metal off the top of the roof. So I noticed that yesterday. So I need to get an update on what the insurance lady said from my fiance because she wouldn't talk to her today. All right, back to what we were talking about. So 100 batch size seems pretty reasonable. We should be able to handle that without any issues. The main concern I have is more in the other direction, to be honest. I don't think we're going to have an issue from like network or like payload size or anything from that standpoint. I feel like we could even go up higher than this. I'm concerned about volume with batch size because I don't know what our turnaround time is. So if a streamer installs this, for example, and they have 10,000 concurrent users, due to how we're rejecting multi commands from the same user, that means that at most we could have a queue size of 10,000, logically speaking. It would be a queue, so first in, first out, which means it would eventually get to them. I'm just worried on it, like an overflow problem. Now, the intention of this is to be a batch per game per stream. I think for now we're gonna bind it to a game instance, and that will be the listener viewport kind of thing, and so that will have its own queue. Which means the bot can scale out horizontally across multiple streamers, no problem. Because again, I'm not worried about the, throughput on that front. My biggest concern there is a very like the vertical scaling. A very large streamer using this would overload the system with this style. Now, it's round trip based, so it's going to be overwhelmingly dependent on the connection the streamer has to the EC2 instance. So if the streamer has gigabit fiber and they're running it like I do, it should be round trip should be measured in maybe 100 milliseconds. So this 100 batch size is the equivalent of closer to 1,000 requests per second. There's nothing preventing me from running multiple, like just as soon as a batch hits sending it, except we would have to slightly change the design, which I guess I'm okay with. We just need to store within each of these cells. I guess we would change the queue. If we could change the queue structure to be a dual queue structure, when a request is sent with, however many commands are in it, all of that batch of commands move from the first queue to the second queue, and that first queue is our like the proper queue. No hiccups. I do have a cough though, so I am going to be coughing from time to time. Work's going pretty good so far. We're still designing out what I wanted to build for the bot system. I'm just thinking through the design to make sure that we can handle load. Because starting in January, I'm going to be working with a company, and they do a lot of streaming with a bunch of different streamers. And so I'm like, when I say working with them, I mean on the technical side, working with them. And so this is something that we might end up using at some point. I'm not sure if it's something they're interested or not. But if it does go that route, they are much larger streamers than I am, and it would also just be cool to support this from the beginning anyways. I don't like making, if I'm gonna make something, I'm not gonna make it half-assed, you know. But the if we use a 2 queue system, the first queue can be our input queue and the second queue can be our pending queue. And just as we move first in, first out into the first one, we shift it into the second one, which we'd probably want to do as a map instead of a queue. I'm not sure about that one. When an acknowledgement comes back, we can do the lookup and remove it from the second queue. If we ever hit a timeout period, we have the secondary queue, which is a list of everything that has not been acknowledged yet, and we can use that for resends. The problem I'm concerned about is that our backlog on resends gets so large so fast with those large streamers that I don't know if a recovery state is viable. We might just have to queue dump. Which puts it in a weird situation when we're talking about all the commands that can be sent, because we do have add start, add stop, or add start, add in, and game start, game end commands that can be sent through this batching system. I think we just go with it though and see. I like the dual queue system though. Use one for in-flight and one for tracking. Yeah, I mean that's mostly what I stream for, to be honest. I used to do a lot of interviewing when I was working at Amazon, and I really like, and also a lot of like team meeting stuff, and I like the whiteboarding side of it. So this reminds me of the interviewing side of like just talk out loud while you're going through the problem, get feedback, stuff like that. Hey, welcome. Um, I like that like response, that like feedback side of it, and just the verbalization. But I also kind of miss the like being able to sit down with peers and whiteboard from time to time, because this is it. You're looking at the entire person working on this, you know, and so having this outlet to be able to talk to somebody is nice. Also, in case you guys haven't noticed, I did switch the music. It should still be showing. Yeah, top left. It's still showing the track artist and stuff. Thanks. This is all my random paraphernalia that I have. I still need to figure out my bookshelf. I actually have. This is maybe a fifth of my books. Oh, this combined with the stack over here in the corner. I don't know if you can see that one. I need to figure out where to put the rest of them. I think I'm gonna have to put an actual bookshelf in, so I can keep my backdrop with all my random gaming knickknacks and stuff. Although a lot of it's not actually gaming. Got my motorcycle helmets and my big VR headset and stuff like that sit behind me. But like all of this shelf is gaming oriented, D&D. This is a couple gifts from friends and things like that, and I have my networking stuff. I don't think you can see the shelf above it. No, you can't. If we tilt it up, it actually goes up 2 more shelves. I've got like more books and art style stuff, and then at the very top I have some like the Analyticon Yeti. I just got one of these from a friend as well. The just like coffee mug style things. Those are the stuff that I got from Amazon at one point. Just the random things like that. And I've got another set of stuff like that over here. It's a little small. Okay, I think we just dive in and get started. I think the commands structure is going to be the hardest one, and so to start, because of how the commands work in Discord, I think we just start with this approach and work from there and see what we can get to. So if we go to what I name this? This doesn't feel up to date. I have unstaged changes. What? There. This is my list of changes. You can see on the left side the two numbers. This left is for the change set, and this right is for the file I'm looking at. The change set's empty. I wanted to bet all of them look like this. Yep. There's no changes, but it thinks every file in the repository has been changed. Great. I wonder if this is because it booted this. This is a drive that is shared, like a partition on a drive that's shared between Linux and Windows. I wonder if it's seeing the Windows file endings and converting them. Let me look up git command real quick. Git set repo file endings. I can't remember what they call the command. Oh right, I should set it in git attributes file. Of course I don't have one. Pretty sure this is the Linux, always Linux style line endings command. Yes, that is the correct one. All right. I'm gonna. Oh, they're all staged now. Unstage all. Stage all. I was hoping it would recognize. Nope. Commit. Fixing line endings. I have terminal open here. I'm using Manjaro. I really like it. Let me see if I can grab their. So it is. It's the Arch Linux kernel and base. However, they've put like graphical installer and stuff on top of it, and so it's a little behind Arch when it comes to updates because it is a managed distro and not a bleeding edge distro, but it is still much faster when it comes to updates than like Ubuntu, for example. Which, like for example, if I pop open, I was just messing with something recently. It was in GCC. I don't remember what it was. CMake, I think. I was just messing with a command recently, and on Windows I use WSL, which runs Ubuntu. And I was running the latest. I made sure to update and everything, pulled all the latest updates, everything. And one of the packages I was working with that in my C++ SDL stuff that I was doing like 2 weeks ago, on my Manjaro, it was working fine, but when I ran it on WSL, it was broken, and I eventually traced it back to the fact that the version that was being used on Manjaro was too new, and you could not install it through, like, it was installed by default, but an older version, and you couldn't update it to the newest because it wasn't in the package manager yet for Ubuntu. Which, okay, whatever. Bleeding edge versus not bleeding edge, that's understandable. I looked up when the last package was on Ubuntu. It had been The update that I was running on Manjaro was 8 months old. The update that was running on Ubuntu was launched like a year and a half ago, and that was the difference between the two that was causing the issue. And so, like, Ubuntu's pretty old on a lot of their updates, but that's part of what's required when you have a highly stable distro. So it's nothing. There's nothing innately wrong with the distro. It's just anytime you want a distribution for any operating system and you want it to be stable for your users, it requires more time spent testing, which dramatically slows down the iteration cycle. So Arc, for example, or Arch, Linux is bleeding edge, and there's like no testing done on it. Like you install it at your own risk. It doesn't even come with a like desktop. It's just commands. What's the other one that I used to use? Gentoo is very similar on that front. I also like Gentoo. It does have a graphical installer, but they're both very bleeding edge, like bare metal style distros. And then Manjaro is just built on top of that with a little bit more user-friendly stuff. I haven't had any issues so far. It seems pretty stable. I occasionally get a weird oddity, but I don't know if it's for everything I found so far. I'm not actually certain it's a Manjaro issue. I think it's more the fact that I'm dual booting with Windows kind of thing. Um, so it's sometimes hard to tell. But it's the distro I use. It's the distro I prefer. So I've just used it every time I've installed Linux. That's my go-to nowadays. Okay. So now we should be able to get fetch, get pull rebase. This is up to date. Is this the command then? Yeah, here we go. Okay. So we need to add subcommand. Nope, nope. I dual boot it. Okay. I'm gonna show you this because this is what I've been doing of late, and it's been working great for me. So I'm gonna launch a game that was sent to me from another developer recently, another Twitch streamer. If you guys aren't familiar with him, it's Legender Dev. Super chill, joins the stream pretty frequently. He sent me a game. Let me open up. Let me get it. I just drop some tabs around real quick. All right. Game library. Add a game. This is on Steam on Linux, by the way. So you can add a non-Steam game. Damn, I deleted the file he sent me. So, can I... Let me just get rid of that from the chat real quick. I think it's on itch. Here we go. Alright, download. Let me make sure. Here we go. So if we unzip this, down our downloads. So if we just go to browse and then go to downloads and grab this and find our exe, open. We can now add selected program, and it shows up here. If you right click this and go to properties, you can go to compatibility, and you can check this force use compatibility, and then you can select the Proton 9.0, that's the latest. Now if we close this and run this exe file that for this game, this is a Windows build game running on Linux. Proton, which has been built and managed by Steam, is quite good. So I don't really use Windows unless I absolutely have to. Is what I'm getting at. So even gaming on Linux is viable nowadays, is the important takeaway. I keep a dual boot for Windows going because I play games like, on rare occasions, I play games like League with one of my friends, and the problem with League is that it uses Vanguard, and you cannot run Vanguard on Linux, which means you can't run anything on Linux. Proton is it's a different approach. So Wine is more towards emulating Windows, and so what Wine is doing is it's providing an interface, like providing the DLLs and stuff like that Windows offers, and so it's trying to trick the game into thinking it's in a Windows environment. Proton's approach is they're providing the APIs, like the API level that is being expected by the game, and then they're routing it to the Linux equivalent. So there's a fundamental difference in how they're handled. The other big thing is that I believe Wine's also open source, but Proton is backed by Valve. They've been, over the last few years, they've been contributing very heavily to Proton because it's what the SteamOS is built off of. And so when you go to play games on SteamOS or on the Steam box, like the Steam Machine is what they're calling it, that the new product they're shipping out. When you run things on the Steam Machine and you want to play your Windows games, this is how they do it. So it has become the more performant and more reliable option of the two. The only downside is when you saw that drop down that I did a little bit ago and chose version 9.0 or whatever, certain games will run better with certain versions. So sometimes I always use the latest, and if I run into issues, then I'll just start ticking back and changing that to older and older ones. There's a default setting in your Steam settings that you can set, and all Windows games will use it by default. But if you add a non-Steam game to Steam, like I did for that third-party game, then you have to manually set it. And you can manually set it on a per-game basis. So if you're having issues, you can go and manually set it to a version that people recommend for that one game, and all others will use your default. I guess the main hiccup for it is that you cannot run Proton standalone, or at least I haven't figured out a way to. I assume it will, but I always just trigger it through Steam. Pretty much, yeah. Wine, by definition, is not an emulator, which is literally what Wine stands for. Wine is not an emulator, which I find hilarious. But it is, for all intents and purposes, it functions very similar to how an emulator does. It's providing, well, I guess not, because Wine is trying to provide the low-level DLLs and binaries and stuff so the game can function. Whereas an emulator is emulating them, not actually providing the base for it. So it is technically not an emulator. But it is the high-level concept of running, insert OS here on top of insert OS here. Like that virtualization style. When we think of emulators, that's kind of what we're thinking of. It's like you're creating a simulation of some engine on top of your operating system that the game can then run on. from that standpoint, does function kind of like an emulator, but it is technically not an emulator because they are not emulating Windows in any way. They are just providing specific requirements. But yeah, I've had great luck with Proton so far. I played a little bit of just to get it up and running and test it. I played a little bit of Space Engineers, no issues. I played quite a few hours of Hades over Christmas break. Hades 2. I played some Balatro. What else have I been playing lately? There's 2 or 3. Oh, I played Outward. I'm not sure if you guys have played that or seen that. That was a pretty fun one. But I played them all on Linux, no issues. I've yet to have a game have an issue on the 9.0 version of Proton. So I've had good results so far. And like I said, I'm running on Manjaro, which is like, compared to like Ubuntu and more stable ones like that, is by definition unstable. Not quite as far as Arc and Gentoo, where it's like bleeding edge and you have to recompile your kernel regularly because of updates and stuff like that, but it works great for me. So your mileage may vary. That being said, there are certain games that fundamentally cannot run on Linux. And so anything behind Riot's Vanguard, which would be any Riot game. So League of Legends, which I play with one of my friends. League of Legends is pretty much the entire reason I have Windows still installed, by the way. What's their all the League of Legends franchises, TFT, all that stuff, of course. And then they have their shooter. They've got their big shooter game that's out that they launch with Vanguard. But anything that relies on Vanguard will not run, because when Vanguard is anything running off a kernel level anti-cheat, you cannot run on Linux unless they natively support Linux, because it's going to go in, see that you're running on an operating system that does not match their required operating system list, and then it's just immediately going to flag you as a cheater and kick you out. So yeah, so if you're predominantly playing like sandbox style games like Minecraft, or in my case the Space Engineers like I was talking about earlier, you're fine. There are some games I haven't tried that use other styles of anti-cheat, like Vax. I assume the VAC anti-cheat, which games like 7 Days to Die use, will work perfectly fine. And the reason I assume that is because VAC stands for Valve Anti-Cheat. I would like to think that Valve, who is trying to push people moving to Linux and gaming on Linux and trying to push that forward, I would like to think that they made sure that their own anti-cheat isn't going to flag people on Linux as cheating, but I haven't tested it, so. But I've really only seen that in a handful of survival games and like Dota 2 and stuff like that. And I believe Dota 2 has a Linux build, if I remember correctly. For now, let's just do a general game command. Alright, we're going to line wrap you. Oh. We're just gonna add a generic game command in here that'll take all parameters. I think over time, I think the intention is gonna become something like, actually, I guess we should do, let's do two. Name. No, let's do game name. And then we will duplicate. This is going to become, this is params. Now we'll just call this name. Name of the game, send commands. This one I think is going to be a little weird. We might have to, I don't know, we'll come back to that. Right, so I've already got all my hooks and everything in here. I just need to add my logic for the game case. Alright, so we get the name, we get the parameters. This should be a space delimited list. So let's change this to .split on space. This is now an array of strings. Unknown command, so placeholder for edit reply, game command for, okay, so this is just going to respond when it gets the reply. I personally don't enjoy utilizing Vim. I know some people really enjoy Vim. I know the popular replacement for it right now is NeoVim. That's gained quite a bit of popularity lately as a more modernized version of Vim. But I enjoy having a graphical interface attached to things, and yeah, kind of. Like I used to work with a guy back in the day that refused to use anything but Emacs. And I've worked with people in the past that refused to use anything but Vim. I've tried everything. When I go in and I use command line level tools, I don't use Vim, I don't use VI, I use Nano. It's a more modernized feel to me, even if it is still very much a command line level editor. It just, yes, it's not as powerful. It doesn't have all the aliases, command shortcuts, and all that stuff. And I have used Vim and VI enough that at the time I learned it enough to where I could get through a lot of the commands and be able to. In most cases, it does speed you up when you're within a single file or you have the files already open and stuff like that. Sure, but the second I need to move out and do pretty much anything else a modern editor does, it starts to fall apart. And what I mean by that is, like, sure, you can get the autocomplete functionality that I've got from the AI assistant here, but if you want to use the AI assistant outside of that, then you need another terminal window open. If you want to, like, view as a tree view, yes, they have plugins for that, but you need to know how to install them, and how well they can do it is limited because, again, it is meant to be text-based. So they can't get as much of the functionality. If you need to actually parse through and do something, like I want to hop to this file and trigger an action on it, it's a series of commands where I can just scroll over and click and boom, I have all of the options here. And so sometimes most of the time it speeds you up when you're in the single window editor editing, but outside of that, it slows me down significantly. And it's just, I never could get into it. I just didn't feel right to me. I know some people swear by it, and to each their own, but it's not for me. I also don't really prescribed to the editor wars. I use VS Code. I used to use Atom. Atom was what I swore by for a long time. And I ended up switching to VS Code. I don't remember why I switched to VS Code. Oh, I was working at a company that required it, and I really liked VS Code, so I stuck with it. Although a lot of that was also tied to the fact that when I worked at the company, I had to use Visual Studio. The alternative to Visual Studio was VS Code, and those were the two options we had. And when you compare VS Code to Visual Studio, especially when you're doing web development, because that's what I was doing at the time, yeah, there's no reason to ever use Visual Studio in that scenario. And I just got so used to it, it just feels comfortable to me. So I just kept with it, you know. That being said, I completely changed most of the commands. It's actually really been screwing with me because I've been using Godot's editor for most of our game development, and none of my shortcuts work. Like duplicate, delete line, that works. But in particular, most editors, how they do duplicate and delete line, I don't use the standard, apparently, standard for it. And every editor except for Atom defaults to. And so I just have a override for shortcut keys and stuff like that. But Code's great because they have a plugin for it. You can install the Atom key bindings, and it covers everything except for the delete line, new line. It's great in environments where you don't have access to a good like mouse. So yeah, if you're on a laptop with a trackpad, I could see it being pretty beneficial to avoid using that altogether. But most of those you can, like, I want to open a file, I can do that in here. I want to tab between files, I can do that. Control W will close a file. And so if I wanted to go back to that user's file, like, I can do all of the command line toggle between lines. I can do all of that stuff. The main selling point to, and I can close that out to save space for real estate. This would be like a, more normal environment. You can actually get rid of this altogether if you want. So the main selling point for traversal when it comes to Vim is that you don't have your hands don't have to leave your home key row. So you can do all the stuff I was just doing, but you don't have to use the arrow keys. You know what I mean? But I don't know if that's a win for you, then sure, go for it. I don't particularly, it doesn't bother me. So if we just leave this as that, we should be able to upload the command. So let me just pop over here. What is npm deploy? npm run deploy. Right. I don't like how long that's taking. Normally it's instant. Weird. That took a lot longer than normal. Alright. Bot's up and running. Let me get my test server. I think a big part on why I don't like to utilize that for things is because I do web development. And so I'm constantly having to tab off and click off and have something else going anyways. And so coding on my laptop is a nightmare regardless of what editor I'm using. Because I'm having to use, whether, like, no matter what, I have to use the trackpad and pop over to things, you know what I mean? And so let's go to the admin tab, sure. I guess I can, so you guys can see what's going on. Let's try that again. admin. This is my test server. It shouldn't be anything. Yeah. Okay, let's see if our... Let me check and make sure this isn't... Integrations, there we go. Our obet command is here, so it should auto pick it up. I shouldn't require anything more than that. So if we do obet game a test 1 2 3. You can see it's been turned into a list. So we are able to receive commands. Easy enough. Alright. Now the hard part. Let's make a new folder. Nope, not under that. Game logic. Networking.ts. Alright. We're going to export a function called send command. It's going to take game name and parameters, and it's going to have a responsive void. We want to pop into here. Do we handle this as part of... Yeah, we want to accept it here. So let's do that, and then we need to import, that. Yeah. So now we can send the command. This needs to become an async command, I think. Do you want this to be async? No. I think we need to decouple the runner logic from the command logic so that we can have... We don't need the bot to spin its wheels. This should be as simplistic as possible to reduce the amount of time spent executing as much as possible, because we don't want to block interactions. Because as long as it's, again, the bot's running on a single thread right now, and so as long as it's taking to execute this, specifically, as long as it takes to execute this, it is blocking all other user commands. They just go into a queue. So we want this to be as fast as possible, which means dump it into the queue and move on, and then we will handle asynchronously, separate from that, we will handle the other logic. So we just need to update this to let the user know command sent successfully. Sure. We can no longer edit or update this, which means we don't want this to be async. We want it to be synchronous. And separately from that, we can trigger execution cycles for async stuff separately. So let's handle this as a in-memory queue. Let's call this game logic networking. Let's establish a command queue. We need to know details about the user. This goes back to what we were doing here. So as part of this command, we need to send as part of command. Okay, here we go. We need to. This should be generated. The command is the command name, and then the parameters are coming in as this, which is going to be the command itself, which again is the command name. That's duplicated. Maybe we don't need both of those. All of these, not all of those, but these at least. So when it's coming in from a player, it's including player details, which is going to require the player's UID and name, which in Discord, this is going to be the Discord ID, and this will be their display name. We'll handle customizations later. But we need to, so we need a I can't use interfaces on how I'm doing this. Is struct an option in here? No. It is an interface. That's what we should be using, but I don't know if we can do that. Let's export an interface and see what happens. Here, I believe we need to use import type. And so we need to provide those. This requires now the name, parameters, and this is game name. I'll keep that in mind. Player details. This is a requirement. No, it is not a requirement. It is a requirement for this command, but not in other command locations. This is correct, I believe, and I believe this is correct as well. Alright, so that gives us our player details. We can now send the command along. Okay, so when we create a command, export interface game command, it's going to need the game's name. It does not need the game's name. The game's name is going to be the queue that it's segmented into. It's going to need the command name, though. It's going to need all remaining parameters, and player details is also optional in this one. If we go back here, we have this one has no player details, so it's just going to be command name. This one has, these have player and cell, and this one has player, cell, and resource. So these would be our parameters. So we then have so it's going to be a, when we send the command, so it's going to be bound on game name. It's going to have a command name. It's going to have a UUID and params, where params is a structure that has, we don't need the command name in here any longer. We do need player. So player will contain player details still. This is optional, because in the case where we send system commands, we don't send any parameters. It's just the command name, at least for now. We then have, I need to go to the bathroom. I need to grab coffee. I need to stretch my legs. They're starting to lock up as well. So give me, I don't know, 3 minutes or so, and I'll be right back. Okay. So we've got our game command. It's going to send the player details. We need to additionally send... I'm wondering if we want to include... To keep it generic, this would be our best option. The reason I say that is because if we define the individual parameters to be passed to this, we have the issue where every game will require different parameters being passed along, in theory. Let's just go with this route for now. We'll keep it generic, and if we need to lock it in and duplicate things down the road, we can do that then. Alright, so we got player and arguments being sent across our parameters, which are optional. We should probably make player optional as well. This gives us our structure. Okay. Alright, that should be good for compiling our command. So now we have a const command. Alright, so given player details, we define player details. We could, yeah, let's make params required, but the fields themselves not required. And then we can have args goes to params. We do, this is now command name args from params. We can now call this args. We can call this command name. Alright, so we need to generate a UID. I don't think I have a util established for this already, do I? Doesn't look like it. It's not a built-in command. There are specific ways to we'll just build a util for it, that's fine. Alright, what do we got? I already don't like this. Interesting way of handling that. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Alright, so how do I handle this? We could do if we follow this pattern, it's the reason it's doing times 16 there is it's getting a hex code. So you can have 16 each X can be replaced with a 16-digit range character. That might be overkill for the number we're going to be having to generate here. And by might, I mean definitely overkill. Because even if we just do... What's the syntax for that? I don't remember off the top of my head. Yeah. Because even if we just do this, we can do math.random. We don't need... between 1 and 0. So if we just multiply this by 9, we can then do a math dot round. So this will get a math.round on a math.random times 9. This is a range of 0 to 1, random number between 0 and 1. We multiply by 9, and it can be, once rounded, it can be a digit between 0 and 9. So this would get us a random digit. We can then return that. We can then collapse this down and combine it. There. So this should replace all X's within this string with numerical digits. I'm doing good. How are you doing? This will give us, if we can, we could also expand this a little bit to get a larger digit range. Although that might be extreme overkill because we're talking 9 to the 16 on possible digit combinations. I don't think we have to, once we're at this range, I already think we don't have to worry about our UUID collisions since they get deleted once they're processed. Thank you, thank you. Adding an additional 9 to the 8 in mathematical complexity on these might be overkill. Again, thanks for the follow. So let's keep it slightly smaller because this will have a lower computational threshold. We could also regex processing is kind of slow, and we want this to be as fast as possible. So we could, let's do this. Yep. We want to do 4, 8, 12, 16, 1, 2, 3. So we're doing 19. Oh, numlock. 19. We're going to do Yes, I stream weekdays from around 10 a.m. Central to 4 p.m. Central. Though probably in the next week or two, I am going to start looking at the time zone, or sorry, not the time zones, the analytics on when people join, and probably reduce down my schedule a little bit so I can get some coding time off stream as well as on stream because I'm going to be starting to work with a company that I can't show what I'm working on until it's done and been deployed. So I need some time on stream and some time off stream once I start doing that. So I'm going to start prepping for that soon. I'd say I average right now lately. I've been streaming around 6.5 hours on average, but it's usually 6 to 7 hours Monday through Friday. So if we let that, and then we can grab this. So this will give us 19 random characters. Return UUID. But we want to incorporate those dashes. So if nope, I mod, it's every fifth character. So if our pattern is that, then this would be positions 0, 1, 2, 3. So this would be ID 4. So we need to mod 5. And if it equals 4, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, this shouldn't be relevant to us. I mod 5 equal to 4. If that's the case, then UUID plus equal, nope. Let's do it this way. So if it's equal to 4, then we add a dash. Otherwise, we add in the random generated number. That will now generate out a string like we showed with dashes. Yeah, if you check underneath the stream, I do have a community Discord set up. You're more than welcome to send things to me through that. Alright, now we have UUID generation. And if we ever need to expand this, we can keep that same 4 digits and dash pattern and just increase this by 4. Okay, so we now have UUID generation for given commands. We're injecting the command name, the arguments, and the player details. So this is our command snippet based on the user command being sent in Discord. We now need to store this into our command queue. Our command queue is going to be, how do we want to handle this? If we do it as a set, I believe it maintains order while also allowing us to have unique identifiers. TypeScript set maintain order. So arrays maintain order, but not uniqueness. UUIDs are always meant to be individually unique, so we can't use that. Sorry, what I'm thinking about right now is a way that we can extremely quickly identify if a user already has a command in the queue and regenerate and replace instead of just spam adding. Here, for now, just to show what I'm talking about, we will do command q.push. We need to change this to be game command. And we will just directly push the command, and then we will log out. Yes. So when it comes to an array, we need to loop through all of the items, which is much slower. So from a lookup standpoint, the optimal way to do this would be a ID lookup. And so if we store it as a map of UUID to game command, then the lookup on this is significantly faster than the lookup on this would be. I'll take a look at it after stream is over. I don't want to get too deep into that stuff while we're on stream. Okay, so to avoid this lookup, I think the plan is to put it into a map, but we need to key it on the relevant information. So we might have to key it off of the player UUID. We're also going to need this in a little bit. So for now, command count, we're going to do command q.length, and then we have, yeah. So first, let's do our uniqueness check. Discord, pop that open. We're going to run a command. So if we pop in here and we run obet game test 1, 2, 3 as we did before, command sent, and then we don't have this open over here, but you can see we've got command count 1. If we then run this a second time, command sent, command count 2. So we're just incrementing this over time. It's all in memory, so as soon as the bot goes down, it gets nuked. So we do have to keep that in mind. There, I did accept so you can send, but I'll have to look at the message off stream. Alright, so that gets the initial ingestion, and it will add to the length every time. But to verify that this is working correctly with the new approach that we need to do for limiting, I think if we do it as a set, here's my thought process. We need to do our limiter on user ID. And so if we bind this user ID to a UUID, we can do extremely quick lookups to determine if a UUID has been bound to that user object. Then we can bind the UUID to the command. What do we call it? Game command. So that we can do if we ever have to replace this, so we're regenerating it, we can generate a new UUID, or like generate a new command, add the entry into the map, update the other map, and then delete the original. Then we can do our queue can be a set with UUID. Sets will maintain order and uniqueness. Although I'm thinking about it, I don't think we actually need a set if we're doing the above. I guess technically we could bind this directly. And we could do UID here. And so when it comes time to post, we grab the first 100 entries, look them up in the map to get their command references, and inject it. And then from that point forward, if a user ever sends a second command within the same batch, their position will be maintained, and we can just update the command mapping. And so it replaces their old command, but maintains their position in the queue for processing. Hopefully this shouldn't matter at any point in time. This also means we can do, I don't know if that's a good thing. Now I'm thinking about it. Because the other thing we need to account for is we need to account for the bindings across multiple streams. Right. Speaking of, our player details is missing some stuff. This is the user ID. We also need the GID. I don't like that they call it GID. This is, they call them guilds. So a Discord server is referred to as a guild. So user ID, guild ID. We need this because the Discord bot runs across multiple Discord servers. And so if this command comes from a different Discord server, it needs to be in a different queue batching. Which means this is actually more like GID : UID. When we introduce, this is going to be a problem down the road, but when we introduce the TwitchBot command side of things, we're going to run into the issue where we have Twitch users and Discord users. That's fine. We can, Discord : guild ID : user ID, and then we can have Twitch SID. I'm not sure what they call their stream IDs, and then user ID. And then, of course, we could eventually add YouTube, so on and so forth. We can just increase the footprint of our, or like make our keys a compound. That's not a problem. The problem is that this, let's assume a user sends command and they're on Discord and they're on Twitch and they're also watching on YouTube. So one person is on all three platforms. With this structure, they could send 3 units out by just running the same command in all 3 locations. We need to find a way to bind these together so the same user on Discord and the same user on Twitch is the same unit in game. It's important here because you can, to a certain extent, you can exploit it with this structure. But the more important side of this is eventually I want to introduce things like customizations, cosmetics, and things like that, so you can customize your unit. But we run into the issue that if we can't associate these two, like your user in Discord versus your user in Twitch, if I can't associate these two IDs with one another, then I don't know how we're going to. We wouldn't be able to share cosmetics across them. So I need a way to allocate these two. I don't think. Here, let me check. Discord bot. Check if user account is bound to Twitch. Ooh. It will not give me that information, but apparently I can implement a custom OAuth 2 flow with the connection scope. And so you can authorize it. That would be an option. I don't. If I'm going to introduce this linking, I don't want it to be just give me your ID, because anyone can put in anyone else's ID. It would need to be through a OAuth workflow so that you are authenticating to show that you are actually that user. So that's kind of important that we get that correct for sure. I think for now, we just ignore it. I'll distinguish between the different platforms. This is the unique information that we have on a per platform basis. So I need a binding segmentation that will identify a game name. Needs to be bound to no. We have a separate from this. We haven't established this yet, but I do need to set it up. We have a. It's not a UUID. We'll call it a. Yeah, let's call it a session ID. I like that. I kind of need to have it structured now to an extent. You know what I mean? The reason for this is we need the game to establish a session or a connection state. And so this would be the session. This session would then have to link to a set of, platform to ID bindings. If this is our platform and this is our ID. So we need to know if this is our game session. So the client's running, we have a session bound to it. We need to know what platform or what feeds are supposed to be coming into it. And so we would give it like my Discord server, for example. Disks : and then whatever the ID is for my server would go into this set. It needs to be quick and it needs to be a lookup. So we should go the other way, because when the command comes in, we are given the platform to ID binding set. We can then bind this to a set of session IDs, where a session ID is the WebSocket connection to a game. So when a command comes in, because we have this information, so we can go to here, and we can do actually let's add it here first. Instead of game name, let's add in I thought going down the path of games as well. But if we do ID, we'll do platform string and then PID, which will be our platform ID, which will also be a string. Then we go here and we do our platform is Discord, so we don't need to worry about that. And then guild ID. I believe possibly null is never null. And we know it's, sorry. I know it's never null. I know the guild ID is never null because, where's that? Here. This command is only available if you're part or on the guild context, so it'll never be null. So now, if we remove this here, we have our platform and our PID, and so we can make our call it context is going to be our platform binding to our PID. This would give us the platform. So when a command is sent, this is the information we have initially. When a game is connected, we get this information. And we want to, as fast as possible, do this lookup to get the correct queue established. So we need to know where it belongs. So we should make this a binding where we have our game sessions, where we know who we're sending to, and we have our queue. So we can do a quick lookup based on our context to grab, if we need it, sessions, although this is mostly for processing. And then we have our queue. And so these are the commands, and then we have our these are the sessions we have. This is the queue of commands to go in. We also need to track the I'm thinking how we want to handle. So, all right, let me grab the command. So we have this binding. So platform to command. So we have our queue, which is actually going to be these. And then we have our, I think separate from that, we maintain this list. Part of game command contains the UUID. So if it's like in this list, it either hasn't been sent or at least hasn't been processed. We just don't know. I guess what I'm trying to figure out now is a like very quick lookup way that we can handle resend. Because if this fails to send, we have this set of commands still. Yeah, I know, right? So this is everything we haven't sent yet. This is our queue. Once it gets sent, we need a, queue 2 or whatever, that will house the commands that have been sent but haven't been processed. The response from a session will have information on acknowledgements. Which can then either be success or failure. In both cases, we want to remove from queue. No, not queue. We want to remove from mapping. I don't know what we're calling that one yet. So the thought process here is that when the command comes in, as fast as possible, we get it into the queue and move on, so we can handle commands coming in as fast as possible. Once it's in the queue, the next cycle for batching will pick it up when it runs and send the commands. We then move what's in the queue. We want to move it into a secondary queue. Here's the problem. I don't know if we actually want it in the secondary queue. The idea of the secondary queue is to know what has been sent, but is in a pending state. However, this mapping down here, where we map the incoming command, hi, welcome, where we map the incoming command, like user information, to a command, when we do this mapping, this map now contains every command in all states. If we put a status on these, so if instead of using game command, we use a compound that is like status, and we just have, we'll call it command status and command game command. If we create a compound object here, we can say, has this been processed, or is it pending, or whatever. And then when we do the lookup to get the information to send out of our queue, we can update status to say it's been sent. And then once sent, the retry will become a fairly heavy operation because we have to iterate through this entire thing. But once it's been acknowledged and processed, it gets deleted anyways. So this is being culled and trimmed constantly, regardless. But we would then have a way that we can do the lookup if we ever need to perform a retry. You know what I mean? The only downside is retries are going to be a pain in the ass, no matter how we look at it. Unless we use a secondary queue and don't do multiple batches at the same time. So normally I would, but I've been fiddling around with different ways to test Discord bots in an automated sense, and it is an absolute nightmare. Discord does not offer a great testing infrastructure. If it wasn't for that, then I would. And the main thing is that they don't offer ways to, like, for example, I can take this entire thing and do everything I want and spin up everything myself and then short circuit some of these things and provide the stuff. But the second I step into this area where it's having to interject these and handle how we're subbing in, how we're stubbing in our discord.js for the connection to stuff, this becomes a bit of a nightmare. There are ways to get around it, but they're not great. Like I do have a testing scaffold. That's what this is. You can see every time this is starting, it creates a dummy entitlement, and then at the end of it, when it restarts, it deletes. I got rid of my logging for that. I used to have it logged when it deleted it as well. But it creates a test entitlement, logs in, then when it restarts or closes, it deletes the entitlement. Yeah. So here we go, deleting. Oh, it's reusing. When it restarts, it reuses, but when it closes out, it actually deletes it. That's right. And so you can get some stubbing done, but now that whole structure has to exist in there. And so I do have the scaffold for it, but I would then also have to tie it, because it's tied to a database. I would have to tie it to a database, and then it's just... I think the main problem I ran into is sending commands, to be honest, because they don't, like I said, they don't have a testing scaffold for it, and the way you send commands is by typing stuff into Discord. So this lets me spin up the bot against my like test server, so I can send user commands to the bot to test it, but I can't automate sending commands to Discord. Thus, I can't really automate sending commands through this. So I would have to go in and slice out just this file and create tests against just this file, which isn't going to really test the full iteration cycle, you know what I mean? And so I'm not going to get a good view of it anyways. It's like my logic can be super fast. Not going to matter if it's housed inside of Discord's logic that can't keep up, you know what I mean? So, like, it loses a lot of the benefits of doing like load style testing if I can't test it in the full environment. Right now I'm just trying to figure out a way to allocate things. I do know this will be slower. This style will be slower than if I just had a second queue, but adding a second queue introduces a memory footprint and another problem in that this is unprocessed. These are processed. Or by unprocessed versus processed, I mean sent to the game client. If we're running these in batches independent of waiting for acknowledgement, this gets cleared when a response comes back, which means we're now doing a lookup on each of these for an ID, because the acknowledgements can give us a list of IDs with their acknowledgement status. So in order to process this, we have to iterate through all of that, which is going to be much slower than hitting this. The point where this wins out is if we hit a timeout and we're not getting acknowledgements anymore. If we're not getting acknowledgements, then we need to iterate through all of this. It is significantly more common that we will be getting success states coming back than the error state. So I think we're better off optimizing for the success state, which is going to be the more common of the two, and ensuring our performance is best there. And then in the error state, the error recovery state, then we worry about the other one, which means we should go with something like this. And so we have a singular queue for this stream. For this, we have platform ID. That's not going to work. I guess it does work, technically. So the reason I'm going the strategy is, coming in from Twitch, when we establish a session to a game, it tells us, hey, monitor for this Twitch, this Discord, whatever. And so this can have multiple bindings on it, which would create multiple entries, one for each of the platform IDs, so that we can do this lookup extremely quick. When a session is deconstructed, we're going to need to maintain this separately. So we will also need a session ID with a binding to a set of platform ID combinations. So this will say, I'm starting to wonder if we even need the game name in this. I'll have to think about that one. So given a game connection, so the game spins up and connects, we establish a session. As part of that establishment, we also want to say what platform ID combinations they're listening to. Is it Discord? Is it Twitch? What user ID? So on and so forth. That's what this connection information is. And so we store it so that we have it as a referential point. When we're establishing this, we also create entries here. So this is our combinational entry. And so if we end up adding a second session that's also listening to the same platform, it gets added to that platform's session. That way, when a command comes in for this, it knows it needs to send that command to 2 locations. We then add everything into this queue, and the processor will iterate through all of these wondering if, because we're decoupling the iterator and the processor. So when a command comes in, we want it to be bound to its platform, which is where this queue comes into play. But when we're processing, we don't actually care about this platform. What we care about is the sessions. So we're iterating through on sessions, grabbing by platform. So what if we do this? So we can very quickly store our queue, store into our queue of things that need to be processed. We still have our lookup, of course. I don't think this is going to change. Technically, we have export interface, something like, no, this is going to be export enum command status. We're going to have when it gets sent, we'll call it, let's call it sent. Actually, we'll leave it pending, and then we'll call it sent. As soon as, technically we don't need anything beyond that. When it's initially added, it's pending. Once it gets which it means it's in here and it's in here. Once it gets processed, it gets moved out of this, and this gets sent, updated to sent, because it's been sent to the client now. When the client acknowledges and responds is either success or failure. And when that acknowledgement comes back, it's going to process it, and in both cases, it gets removed. Which means if it's in both of these lists, it's pending. If it's not in this list, but it exists in this list, then it's sent. So do we even need command status at that point? It does make, it's a little bit of extra work to manage things, and a little tiny bit of extra memory to add this, byte of data. But it does mean if we ever have to retry, we can do a platform ID lookup and just filter this object on status. So it does make this a lot easier than trying to filter against this set. It's a little bit of extra work to maintain the status block, and it's extra memory, which means it's an extra footprint, which means to save us a little bit of effort on the error case, we are adding extra work on the ever turn case. I don't think we even track this. I think we just handle it in the error case and don't worry about it until then. Which simplifies this down. And so we have our mapping across each of these states. And so given a session ID, when we go to process things, again, this was established when we connect the game client. So upon startup of the game, we establish this connection, which tells us what platforms we're listening to. When a user sends a command, we have the platform ID information, and so we attach a user ID to it. We would then also, this should be, for simplicity purposes, we should do a set. The reason we're doing set is because it will reject it if you add it again. So we can just set.add, and if it's already there, it does nothing, and then update this location. That's actually okay. If it failed to send, and we're trying to do a retry, and a user sends a new command, we're perfectly fine just replacing that command, to be honest. Because if they send a new command and it hasn't been sent, the idea is replace it anyways. So I'm okay with that. In which case, command down here gets our context, which is what we're going to use for ID, platform ID. So this is our context that I mentioned in here. And so platform ID. Oh, right, we call it PID. All right, so we want to do, if we create this, we have const session map. We've got the player map and the command queue. So session map is this one. The here's the player map is this one. Actually, this is the, it's not player map. This is the this is the command queue. I just finished gear upgrading system website and random password generator. Is this basic to highlight in a project and I need to use full stack e-commerce, or do you need to? I'm not quite sure what you're asking there, Riven Main. Can you reword that for me? So session ID, so we're mapping a string to a set string. Okay, this is our session map. This is our, we'll call it platform map, which is going to bind string to set string. Okay. And then we have our platform. No, this is the user map, which is going to bind our string to a singular command. User can give a single command at a time on a given platform. So when it comes to choosing topics to talk about in an interview, it should be based on the interview itself. So the goal isn't to have, the goal isn't to necessarily have like a list of talking points so much as material to draw from. And the reason I say that is because if you go into an interview and the interview is focused on front end, then things like password generation is like a password generator is actually pretty useful because it shows that you know enough about it, and like how you're showcasing, how you display, how you render, how you provide it to the user, and those kinds of things. All of that's super useful from a front end standpoint. I mean, it's okay if you're doing full stack and back end stuff, but it's not as relevant. But then on the flip side, if you just did a, you mentioned a gear upgrading system, yeah, like how it renders and how it looks is really important from a front end standpoint. So when they ask you a question and they're digging for information on how you built something from the front end, the goal is to have things to pull from. So you can say, oh, well, I built this thing, and while I was building it, I ran into these issues, and this is how I overcame them. That's the kind of information you're wanting to get. And so having it available is the goal, not so much. Yeah, so here, I'll pull up so people can see what we're talking about. So you built a thing. The goal here isn't to walk into an interview and be like intending to talk about your password generator. The goal is that when you go into the interview and they ask you a question and they are like, okay, given a would be an interview. Usually when you go into an interview as an interviewer, you have a list of skills that you are looking to dig into. And so if they're looking to dig into your JavaScript knowledge, for example, those are usually the coding interview sessions, in which case they're having done the project is the prep for that. The more you deal with things, the more familiar you get, the easier it is to answer questions, the easier it is to whiteboard, the easier it is to talk about it. The harder one, in my opinion, is the non-coding related questions. When they're going to come in and they're going to be like, hey, tell me about a time where you had a interpersonal dispute with another team member and you overcame it. Those are the hardest ones for me, is the behavioral questions. They have the questions for handling that are going to be focused on talking about a project here is going to be more in the one of two scenarios. It's either going to be your setup scenario where they're asking you to just talk about yourself, in which case you can just be like, yeah, I sat down and I wanted to learn how to handle random generation, like randomization, or gated randomization, or however you want to phrase it, for generating passwords. Because it's really what it is it's all a random password generator is some sort of seeded or gated randomization. And so you wanted to learn more about gated randomization, so you went and built a thing. And then so now you can talk about it and be like, hey, this is what I learned while doing it. So that's your first case of talking about yourself. And this is usually the very beginning of interviews when you're talking. They're like, just tell me about yourself, and then you can tell you about yourself, and they can be like, tell me about a project you worked on recently. That's when you would dive into it there. The other time where direct small coding projects come into play is usually tied to the weird middle ground on behavioral questions where they are talking about technical, but it is worded as behavioral question. And it depends on what company you're working at on how frequently you see these. I don't usually see them too often anymore. It's fully decoupled for the most part, but it does happen from time to time when they're just like, they want you to kick things off with a project you've worked on, and then back and forth and ask you, okay, tell me about a time, or tell me about a project you worked on recently. So you bring up your password generator that you worked on. Then they're like, okay, well, how did you handle edge cases for XYZ? And so that's the back and forth you have for that. And it's guided by the interviewer for what direction, like high level direction it goes, and where they dig deeper and where they don't. But you need to be comfortable with the base information to follow through. And so, I'm gonna pull up your other one. So, again, it comes down to the same thing. When it comes to the interview loop, you're getting the knowledge by doing the thing more so than anything. They will give you opportunities and openings, and that's when you try and interject the things you worked on, and it will usually start with, tell me about a project you've worked on recently. Something along those lines. That's where you would start talking about it. And then you will dive deeper into the learnings on things. But the most important thing on takeaways is going to be the stuff you struggled with. And the reason I say that is because if you built it, you're going to have run into areas where you, like what we're doing here. I'm sitting here going through and figuring out how to do this in a way that is performant. And so this is a point where we struggled. It wasn't just easy and fluid and we just worked through it all. It took some thought and took some time to get right. Hopefully, we're not going to build this and have a bunch of problems and then have to rebuild it. That is sometimes where you struggle. But we're thinking about it ahead of time. And so, I'm thinking through the edge cases where this is going to fall apart and planning for them ahead of time. That's why I'm going through this iteration process. I've just done this enough that I can see some of the flaws as I'm going down these paths, and I can short circuit it and go back and rework it before I spend the time coding it. but this is a hard problem for the thing I'm doing, and so I'm figuring out a way to solve it to handle these use cases. Having this as a thing I can pull from in an interview is useful. And that's where your thing is think about the stuff you struggled with, what you did, what worked, what didn't work, and how you overcame the problem. That's the most useful thing you can do in an interview, is to be able to talk about those. Because again, when you're in an interview, at any point in time, a company can teach you syntax. They can teach you the language. They can teach you the basics on how to code. That's not a problem. They can't teach you problem solving. And so you have to showcase in an interview you can solve complex problems. And the best way to do that is to talk about complex problems that you have solved and how you solved them, so they can get an idea on your thought process and how you came to conclusions. It gives them information that you can solve problems and how you solve problems. It also gives them an idea on the scale and scope of problems that you are able to solve in your current state, and a idea on how you think about things, which can help them kind of figure out where you can take it with your current knowledge base and how well you can expand upon it. It's not perfect for the future case, but it helps really tell what band you fit in roughly from an experience standpoint. If the problems you're solving are very low scope and they are focused on an individual instance of things, then you fit really well in your current knowledge within the band of a junior engineer. And then as the scope expands and the problem segment expands, you start going up that ladder. And so when you're thinking, highly performant systems scaling across tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of users and things like that, and how you're going to scale it up, you're looking at senior and architect level positions. And so the problem state that you're solving within, how you're thinking about the problem, and the scope without of what you're going to be doing helps them to kind of figure out where you sit currently in your experience. But again, the entire iteration cycle is trying to figure out how you approach problems and how you solve them. So having the things to pull from, but also keeping in your mind where you are struggling so you can articulate it, is the benefit of doing those kinds of projects. I hope that helps. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is, don't take it as for some companies you are trying to build a portfolio that you can showcase, but it's not like designers where you're putting together a portfolio of projects you've done in the past that you can hand them this dossier and be like, this is what I've done. That's not usually how we do. That's not normally how we handle it from a development standpoint. It's more of build your knowledge so you can talk and competently about it. It depends what kind of position you're going for. If you're looking at entry-level and junior-level positions that are more focused on the back-end side or the logical side, yeah, they're fine. If your goal is more front-end focused, then you should spend time refining and making them look good. And what I mean by that is, like, if we pop this up as an example, this, not a great UI or user experience, you know what I mean? And so if your goal is front-end engineering, then what you can very simply just inject into here. Let's do it at the bottom. Body element, okay. Yeah, you can very simply just inject into here a paragraph tag that says and then you can use the input type equals password. I mean, this is the simplest of simple examples that you can come into. Oh, I don't want to save that. I just want see how this is the simplest, like, most basic of cases that you could render out this inline, and all you need to do is bind an ID on this, and now you can update this very easily. So it's those kinds of things. Like inline error messages is what this is. So this is showcasing here, but if you look at LastPass. LastPass is a great example of this. When you yeah, they show it in here, nice little UI for how things, but if you can always generate because these are always optional. They don't give you a situation where you can be in an error case. You know what I mean? So you can't unselect them to put yourself in an error case, and like even down to passwords. Like it's you don't have to do obviously this, but you can also see how they've just a simple thing of very basic to scaling your inputs, or sorry, scaling your containers so that you have just cleaner layouts. The password's always showing. It's easily selectable. You don't need to do the copy to paste, but a regenerate button is nice. Just showcasing little aspects of it are useful. And then they used to do a pop-up thing, so you can do modals as part of it, instead of. I think the big complaint here is this. Alerts are just such a pain for people to deal with because it interrupts the entire flow. So you can do. Did they actually add it? Is it? No, it's called dialogue. And then we just need to add I think it's called show. No, it's not called show. HTML dialogue. Open. It's not anything complex. You can further style it and position it and stuff like that. But it looks better than an alert does. Round the corners, set some backgrounds, maybe add a glass style transparency to make it look good. Segment things out on your page so they look good and stuff like that. Because if your goal is to get a front-end engineer position, like you want to build websites, then the better your website looks if you show this off, the more likely they are to hire you. The more simplistic it looks, the more they expect you to be in a back-end role, and the more they're going to investigate into the logic behind it, if that makes sense. Because if it's a very basic, like dumbed down style, and there's nothing to it on the front end, then they expect it to be like how the code is handled logically is very strong, and that's where everything should be, because that's where things should have been focused, is kind of the thought process behind it. So if your goal is to get a front end position that is building user interfaces, then the user interface side of it needs to look good. It needs to be like error messages should be handled in line. Formatting should account for device size. Messaging should be handled through nice, clean dialogues that are easy to dismiss, those kinds of things. I mean, if you're not focusing on front end on it, then it's not a good showcase for a front end position. You get what I mean? And so it's build the thing with a goal in mind on an area to experiment into. And once you hit that area, you've accomplished your thing. If your goal is not to use it for showcasing front end, that's fine. Don't worry about it. But don't make sure you're not trying to showcase it in a position for front-end engineering. Otherwise, they're going to judge it based on that. So it really comes down to build projects that are relevant to what you want to do, but also build projects that are relevant. If your goal is to use them for portfolio style things, build them relevant to what the position you're trying to get. All right, give me just a moment. I will be right back. I need to check something. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. I was sitting here talking and it popped in my head that I left one of the cats outside because she refused to come in earlier. And it's been 3 hours, so whoops. She's fine. She came running inside. She was ready after that. Normally they only go outside for like 15 minutes and then they're ready to come in. But after like half an hour this morning, she just refused. So I was like, okay. She was under the house just hanging out. But yeah, I mean, when it comes to full stack's in a weird position. Thanks for joining us. I stream Monday through Friday, so just come join us again whenever. But if you're looking for a full stack position, it's in a bit of a weird spot. Everything you build has to be taken into account from both perspectives. But in order to do full stack, you have to have a server running, which means you're also doing DevOps. The best I recommend for if you're looking to showcase projects for full stack is just build full applications. Instead of, like, for example, you sent the showcase of those two things, build a simple web game, for example. As long as it's storing data on the back end, it is full stack. You can, like, websites, like basic websites, aren't really full stack because most basic websites are just, they might as well be in a CMS, or they're just static content, stuff like that, so not really particularly useful. But if your website has authentication and behind the scenes it's running a web application that does something that's storing data into a database and those kinds of things, then it becomes full stack. But the more aspects of the stack that you incorporate, the better the showcase is. And so when you build it, you're building a front end, so it needs to look good. You want to showcase that. You're writing code in the back end, because, again, full stack, so you want to showcase that you can do that. Well, a lot of that also incorporates not just logic, but also interfacing with databases and other services and things like that. So introducing an authentication layer that is set up so you can sign in easily, like create account, sign in, and then has the sign-in process, and then showcases multiple apps. So I usually recommend, if you're looking to do that, build your own portfolio website. Then add a login system. Users can easily create accounts, log in, and then once logged in, you can have all your projects showing there, and you can just do different little apps within that context of your portfolio website. One gives you consistency. Once you've built the overarching theme for your portfolio, you have a direction to go for all of your little apps that exist within it, which helps kind of streamline that process for you. And then if you want to update it, you can reuse components and update it across the entire thing to improve it over time. But it gives you the, like, playground to work in. Yeah, I saw that one. It's if the goal is to showcase it for full stack, then you should focus on the front end as well. Is what I'm getting at. And setting it in a portfolio style where it's an app existing within there, and reusing assets and themes and styles so that you can house it and showcase it helps a lot with that. It also just kind of gives you a platform to launch off of, so you're not spending all your time spinning up DevOps for everything. You know what I mean? Although Vercel helps a lot with that, so it is a lot easier. Alright, so we got a session map, which is binding our session IDs to the platform instances. We've got our platform map, which binds this should be a PID, binds our platforms to the user instance object, and then we've got our user map, which is binding our user ID to a command. If you update in the future, it will resend. It will just update this. This is a set, so it can just add, and it will. Okay. Which means, given our context, which includes the PID information, we need to update these. Oh, sorry, these. So we need to do the platform map. Let's get by context. If it exists, and then we add the platform map takes the context and then adds the user ID information to it. User ID is part of player. This won't handle server commands, so we're going to have to figure out a different way to do server commands. We'll have to come back to that. Server commands do not have a UID. If not player details.uid. Return. Add, we need the context, oops. UID, okay. So now we have platform map updated. Next up is the user map, which binds the same. Let's go ahead and store this then. Sure, I'm fine with user key. User map dot set user key. It's taking in a game command, which is this object down here. We don't need to store it anywhere, so we can just do. What's the syntax for this? Right, we don't need it because we're binding it as part of this. I just need to update that definition. All right, and then in user map, game command. Okay, perfect. Yes. This is the game we're going to be setting up for you guys to play through. Right now we're doing it through Discord. Eventually it'll support Twitch as well, but I want to make sure that we can get all of the structure in place and tested and running before I start trying to integrate with Twitch, because I have not done a Twitch chatbot before, but I have done the Discord bot. It depends. So I've worked with companies, or I've done interviews with companies where they want you to use AI. I've worked with companies where they don't want you to use AI. Generally speaking, assume that they do not want AI autocompletion enabled unless they expressly say it. You know what I mean? And so if they're like, I showcase your utilization of AI in context or stuff like that, then use AI. If they don't, then don't use AI. The hard part is, like if I pop down here, this is all the autocomplete. So this is my inline suggestions. Like there's, the best I can do is snooze this, you know what I mean? And then it disables it, but then it disables a lot of my suggestions outside of AI as well. So it really depends on what you're using for it, on how many features get disabled in your editor. Because if you're using If your editor of choice is one of the like AI editors that are have the built-in AI and everything, like that's what they're built around, and you disable it, like what's the purpose of using that editor at that point? Because it's going to disable most functionality in that editor. Um, that's not just base editing. So syntax highlighting, autocomplete, a lot of those things will start getting disabled as well. Not always, it depends on the editor, but I recommend, especially if you know you have an interview coming up, sometime go and do LeetCodes, but write it in your local editor and then just pop down and snooze your AI so it's not doing any sort of auto completion. Just to make sure that you have wrote code recently that isn't using AI autocomplete. Right. So this should work. This will get our user map size, which is this object. Let's also grab the size of our platform map. So platform command count. There we go. It's not command, but whatever. That works. Right. I don't use F5 to restart on this. Discord, admin command. Let's pop you in over here. We're going to overlay this slightly. One and 0. Okay. We need to update this. If we run this again, it should stay as 1 though, whereas before it was injecting 2. Boom. Alright. Get context. Oh, right. On the first iteration, this won't exist as context. And our platform map, I think we should check, because, okay, let's do it this way. So this way, if there is no platform, we don't store the user command. Because the processing of a platform entry is what will clear this queue. That also means when a session is dismantled, we'll have to check all sessions to see if anyone else has a reference to this platform, and if no one has a reference to the platform, we delete it. That'll save some memory footprint and some computational side, so we're not iterating over things that no one is listening to. Which means in order for this to work, I need to establish to do remove me. What are you supposed to be? New set. Alright, so now one and one. Oops. 1 and 1, so it's not expanding when we're rerunning these commands, which is what we wanted. Okay. We need to establish a way to connect. Register session. Perfect. All right, let's just. I'm gonna remove most of this, aren't I? All right. So given we don't. Yeah, I don't want. This is not what I wanted to do. So far off, I'm just gonna do it. We'll call it register game. Alright, so you are going to need a session ID. So const session ID equals, let's grab our UUID that we created. And then we are going to add into the session map. You're not returning anything. So this will register a game into an empty set, which is not what we want. We want to we need to spin up a WebSocket server given a connection request, generate a session ID, then connect socket. Store socket info. We're going to need it in the session map, which means this becomes a complex object now, which is going to be WS. And sure, we'll call it platforms. Which means this is now WebSocket. Platforms, boom. That should work, okay. And so this will allow us to okay, so store the socket information into session map. Every game client is going to require a different WebSocket session, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So we're going to need to store the binding of a game to a WebSocket. Additionally, what platforms should be sending information across this socket will have to be in here. So this is where does it go, and then what goes there. And then this is just a unique identifier so that we can perform our lookup and know which ones need to be deleted and so on and so forth. Right? Do we even need the session ID? We don't reference it anywhere else. It worries me if we don't provide it. How do we handle reconnects? It helps me just think through the steps in which I need to perform. If I use a session ID, then I could reestablish a connection. But I would need to provide that session ID to the game client so that it can store it. I wrote this down. Is it here? Nope. think it was under here. No, maybe I didn't write it down. So how we establish the connection is kind of the outlier here. Because when a game connects, because we have multiple sets. So first off, we need to this would all be back-end networking stuff. So we need to store platform connection info bound to GID. Game client starts, generate connection code. Admin runs obet link. I like link game. Obet link game. It would be obet admin link game connection code. In order to do this, we're going to need command obet admin register. Sure. Platform context. So this command will bind one of these platform PID combinations, which would work on context, to your Discord server ID, so your GID. And we'll have to store this into the database. Then when the game client starts, it will generate a connection code. You will run a command, this command to be exact. You'll run this command to then link a current session against a WebSocket. It'd be unbound. So if we store this as a, what do I call this? Connection code. If we store this as a connection code, it would be, we do know the WebSocket information, but we don't know the platforms. Because when the game spins up, it can actually send this information. Because it would attempt to establish a WebSocket connection with the server. Upon completion, it would send its connection code. Actually, probably send it when it's trying to establish. And so we would be able to add the connection code and WebSocket binding here. So we'd use connection code instead of session ID. I mean, this is just a UUID, so whatever. We can actually generate that on this side. So game client starts, which then would establish WebSocket connection, return connection code. And so it would render the connection code in the client. You would then run this command with the connection code, and that would fill out this platform's information based on the platforms you have stored, which performs everything we need to link it now. I'm calling it session ID here, but we would probably want it to be a little bit easier to read and remember instead of that 16-digit code, although we could do the 16-digit code. We just make this an empty set. And then after you run this command, it would bind and inject these. I think that would work. Because then every time a game client launches, it reconnects on these. Ooh. So this allows, this style and approach allows for multiple connections to different game clients. But we have the issue that if something happens, the game crashes, your PC crashes, whatever, this connection cannot be reestablished unless you know the connection code. And the game would then you'd have to be able to provide it to the game. If instead we bind this as, because this is effectively this down here. So if instead we bind this on GID, if we bind it on a GID game name, like game type combination, we can store this in any game. We want it to be uniquely generated is the problem, because if it's a consistent, if this is always your server ID, all someone needs is your server ID and to know which game you're trying to launch, and they can bind and see what's going on. Do we care? We don't really care. The problem is that it would try and hijack this WebSocket, which would break your connection. So a game is going to attempt to, so game client, let's do send WebSocket connection request. What information does this have? Well, I'm trying to avoid introducing a full OAuth workflow into the game client. So that we don't need to handle all of that, because that would be a nightmare. There'd be a lot of redundant work. If we have it established as a if we have it generate a client-side code, well, no, because then we have the same problem. If the client goes down, we need to restart it. I mean, you can always check. This is when I have questions like that. You can always do console.log new date. It's an object, I know that much. Oh, if you set 0, is that what you're saying? It's the exact same as passing nothing. So it unless I believe it new. So if you do new date, and you pass a valid number, it will set it way back. So this is epoch. This is epoch plus 1 millisecond, I believe. Yeah, so it renders the exact same. And so this is, if we do 1000, 1 second, past epoch. This is now. And then you can do valid strings to get exact. But of course it's going to parse it. So if it's invalid, it's invalid. But, 2011, 11, 11 time 0000, for example. That's epoch. So this date, I'm not sure off the top of my head what is epoch? Yeah, it's just it's a fixed point in time used to reference computer time. I don't know what it was set based on. Midnight UTC on January 1st, 1970. Why is epoch 1970? Arbitrary starting point. Convenient for the developers at the time. They chose 1970 as opposed to 1971 because of how they were measuring time in a 32-bit integer, would limit it to 2.5 years. But moving to 1970 with the rounding and then eventually switching from milliseconds to full seconds gives 136 years on a 32-bit integer. Yeah, it's I don't know how they landed on that. That's just what it is and what it's always been, kind of thing. And so it's just, you get used to it. Alright, so if the game client sends this is how we will start establishing things. So this is the first thing that happens. The game client can send a code, it can display a code. We then need to somehow link a client session to a game session, preferably in a way that we can regenerate it later. The only thing I can think of to do that doesn't require us to do a login system is that we could, I believe, under the WebSocket information. Actually, I should be able to. I think yeah, here it is. URL. I mean, technically, I believe this will include the client's IP. If it's a resolvable URL, like a web server or something like that, it'll be a URL. But I think in the case where you're the web server, I believe this will include the IP to the client, which means we could key this off of the URL. We can't just use that though, because we want to enable the ability to run multiple games, which is where this game name is going to come into play. But we could incorporate that into this object. No. Because what if you wanted to bind? So if we did something like that, it would send across its game name as part of the connection request. And then for session ID, we could use the host IP. But that doesn't solve the problem of how we initially bind it to your guild ID. That just provides us a way that we could regenerate the connection once it's bound. Because if you reconnect with the same game on the same URL, like IP, which as long as you haven't restarted your computer, if your computer crashes, it can be on a different IP. If you don't have static IP set up through your ISP, so that wouldn't work. I am starting to think that we might just need to run it from Discord server side. So admin calls /obet admin. Eventually I will need help testing things, but I'm still trying to figure out the details on how to establish the connections and run everything. So that's kind of what we're iterating through here. But first round of tests will be on the Discord server when things get up and running. So if you're not part of the Discord server, please join Discord server. It's linked down below. If we register, or let's start game session, which would generate, it will generate a session ID. Bind your bind platforms. Return session ID. Launch game client. Provide session ID. Nope. Game client will connect to that. Okay. So you go into Discord, run a command to start a session, which will give you the session ID. It will also bind your platforms. So we need to make sure that you run this. So we start game. So we link game. We didn't call these connections. This was context. No, right, we're not linking games here. Where's the other commands we run? This one. This is what we wanted. Admin runs admin game. We'll call register platform, and then this would be game, and this will be start session. Okay, so you call this, and it will give with the platform context. So this is going to be, if you want to run it on Discord. Actually, it'll probably auto inject Discord. We can auto inject Discord. Auto inject Discord. But this will allow you to bind your Twitch, or eventually will support YouTube and so on and so forth. And so that will handle the injection point for your different platform contexts. We then will call start session. This is a command we'll have to spin up, which will give you back a generated session ID and add a session to the session map with no WebSocket. We will then introduce the platform set, which will add in the Discord GID by default. If you have any platform contexts, it will additionally add those in. It returns back the session ID so that you can go to the game client and start a new game with a given session ID. And then once the game client launches with the session ID, it will connect on the WebSocket, and then it will send the session ID down the WebSocket so that we can bind the session ID to the session map, and that will fully populate this. So that's the workflow in order to establish our session mapping. Once we have a session map, we have our platform bindings, and we can start it will additionally create this. Okay, so we need to create, we can hold off on this because we'll be auto injecting here. And so we don't need that until we introduce Twitch. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, we'll have to come back to that one. Let's go add this. Alright, so this is already being injected. Right. And sub command group. Nope, I don't want all this. So what do we pop in here? Admin game. So we have start session. Oops, cancel. Alright, we are going to need to change how this is being handled. So, well, let's leave it under beta. We need const group options. Okay, we want that. All of this Okay, so the existing one is role management. That's everything down here. So we're just going to, for now, let's just do this and boom, default, break, and I'll continue down here. Follow up no users where blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is all tied to that. And then in here, we return. I mean, I've just done TypeScript so long that I find it easier to use in most cases. The main reason I like it is because I go in here and and a lot of this you can get away with using JS Docs, for example. But let's say I want to do, actually we're about to, so if we pop over to this, I want to call one of my functions in here. All of it's documented. If I screw it up and put something wrong in here, it'll throw an error. So it provides me a type safety, and so I can just more reliably function through and do these things quickly. But the cost is that I'm having to write type definitions for everything. And so it slows down the iteration, but also makes it a little safer in a lot of cases. And so there's benefits and costs to it. You can get a lot of this through JS Docs, just through writing like comments above your function definitions and setting it up correctly, and it'll pass through and do some type checking. There's also blanking on the name of it. There are tools you can use to get network level type safety. I'm completely blanking on what the tool for that is. Tools like Zod will do it. It's not the one that I was thinking of though. But you can get like serialization type safety in your network requests. Combine that with JS Docs, and you get many of the same benefits, but don't have to have a build time. So there are costs and benefits to using TypeScript, but there are alternatives as well that aren't as strict, or in some cases are stricter, and then have different costs and benefits to them in particular. I'm familiar with TypeScript. Most companies I've worked at use TypeScript, so I've just been doing it for so long that it just, in most cases, becomes second nature. And now that they have native support for TypeScript in Node, see, I'm just running. Here, I'll zoom in a little bit so you guys can see this a little bit better. I'm just directly running NodeMon and passing in tsnode to index.ts. So it's not building. It's technically behind the scenes it is kind of building. Node itself directly supports TypeScript now, but the way it supports TypeScript is, I don't know if I'd call it support. It treats your TypeScript as JavaScript and just rips out TypeScript specific things. So you cannot, for example, if you use Node with TS files, I did this somewhere recently. This doesn't do anything. Like if I remember correctly, this actually throws an error because it can't just rip out the type definition for it. If you inline this, then it just strips it out and ignores it, is how Node functions. And so the Node support for TypeScript is just remove typing. and run it like JavaScript. But when you have specific keywords like this, where you're importing it, it can't just remove it. And so this will fail a node, but TS node treats it like TypeScript, so it actually functions correctly. I didn't close that. So I run TS node. That's fine when you're doing server-side stuff. Does not work client-side. So it really comes down to the project you're working on. If you're doing something small and your goal is iterating quickly, and it's all front end, and you're comfortable in duck typing, then just run it in JavaScript. That's usually what I end up doing anyways for small front end projects. With this, I have a few hundred users using this daily on the spot. So I converted it to TypeScript a little while back for a little bit of extra type checking and things like that as I started scaling up the project. So if we add a new add command that is start session, we'll start a new game session, which will trigger down here for game start session. So in this case, we want to call register game. Which needs to be imported from that. This gets our file in. All right, is this? Yeah. Register game needs to return a string where the string is the session ID. We can then so this will establish and return the session. Let's go ahead and remove this. Nope. Remove this. And then we're going to npm run deploy. And npm start. So, generally speaking, yes. There are times where you don't want to, but for almost every case, it makes more sense to use the WebKit. Anymore, it's gotten a lot better. That's fine, man. More than welcome to ask all the questions you want. That's one of the reasons why I'm here streaming. The WebKit flags in CSS are... It is best practice to use the non-flagged versions, and then immediately under them put all the flagged versions. And so what I mean by that is if you look at... Let me find a CSS border radius, for example. CSS border radius MDN. I use MDN for my doc stuff. Different browsers render in different ways, and so this is how you should set border radius. If all browsers followed the spec verbatim, this would work consistently on all browsers. They don't usually. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It depends on your browser support, how far back you want to go. I'm looking for a section that's usually, here it is. So these are all the browsers and their versions that when they started supporting border radius. You see these little asterisks. Requires a vendor prefix or different name for use. This is where the WebKit prefix comes into play. So if you pop this open, Chrome 1 through Chrome 4, they use the -WebKit -border -radius is how you set border radius. In Chrome 4, they have this caveat, you know, and so anymore, you can get away with it in most modern browsers because again, this was in Chrome 4. So probably around Chrome 8, I would guess, when they start adding percentages and it no longer has an asterisk next to it. Or maybe it was Chrome 4 when they shifted to it. Yeah, it's just a bug on select. So if you're applying border radius to select, then you have to use the WebKit appearance. So it really comes. So most people, what they do is if there's a vendor specific prefix, they run the vendor prefix in just use WebKit, then the vendor prefix, and so on. Well, I usually say the way around. Vendor prefixes, and then they end it with the default. That way, if it's there and if it uses the default, it uses consistently, it's the last thing in there, it'll override. But if it doesn't and it requires a prefix, it'll run the prefix. What most people end up doing is they will run their CSS through a post processor. Here's one. Post CSS is one of the most common ones. It literally, when it finds I want to see the output. This is not the plugin I'm thinking of, is it? Nope. There is a, here it is, auto prefixer is the one I was thinking of. It'll auto inject the WebKit and the -moz and stuff like that. And so you just run your CSS through this. When it finds a CSS selector that requires a prefix, it just auto injects it. Now granted, this is not nearly as common as it used to be. Back in the day, like all browsers across all vendors use their own thing. And so if you were using the WebKit stuff, it only worked in Chrome. Nowadays, under the covers, IE or Edge, Microsoft Edge is just Chrome. So if it works in Chrome, it works in Edge almost all the time. And the WebKit standard was adopted by Mozilla a while back. So the WebKit prefix runs most things now. And so it's just become standardized and we don't have to worry about it. Not all browsers do, still. But the vast majority of browsers will function with it. And if you combine it with something like an auto prefixer like that, it'll handle the edge cases for you. It's not perfect, but it's pretty damn good. Sorry, I have a text message. I apparently am due for my next eye doctor visit. Alright. So this should allow us to establish our session and get the session ID. Once we have a session ID, let's not save this and let's add it. We want to auto inject the we will need to come back to this. I think we have it set to where we can do session map. Yes, it is optional. Okay. we should be able to provide a list in here of strings, because these are strings, where it is disk. It's platform and then GID. If we go back to here, GID string. If we go back to here, this is, we call it guild.id. Guild.id. Okay. So we now have our guild ID. We can then do backticks instead. Alright. So this will auto-inject your Discord guild ID for the platform set, which means that once a session is established, this session will continue to monitor on this. That also means, since we're responding with the session ID, when a WebSocket connects, it can establish a WebSocket connection given a session ID down the session, or down the socket, which would then do the lookup and replace the WebSocket. Which means if you have a session ID, which will be in your Discord chat memory still, like unless you delete the message, it's still going to exist for you. If you have a session ID and you need to reconnect your game client, you can do that now through this setup. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, and my knee is locking up. So I need 2 minutes to just kind of hit my little gym set over there and do some leg exercises and go to the bathroom real quick. So hang on. Alright, we're back. Alright. Let's see if our Discord has updated with a new command set. We had obet admin. Oh, it hasn't updated yet. So one of the downsides when you're dealing with Discord and how it runs the command registration is it takes a few minutes when you change, if you have to make any changes to this. So if you add new subcommands or group commands or anything like that, this takes a hot minute to update, even if you don't change this name. So we're gonna have to wait for that one. While we're waiting, we need to, this is no longer relevant for how we're handling things. We need to do, let's update this code down here. So given a, so this binding tells us what to look up in our platform map. So we do still need the platform, but as part of this, we should look and see if a platform exists on this binding. If not, inject it. So if, wow, that was a series of very poor typing. If not, platform, let's go ahead and do const context equals that. And then context. If it doesn't exist, then set it. And platform map, we want this to be our context pointing to the set of users, but this gets populated as commands come through. So once this is run, the session is established. Let's add a add Twitch linking. Will require an update. Require storing into DDB and injecting secondary platform ref. That should do it. So this should establish our platform mapping so that we can start injecting user IDs. So if we go down to here, can return undefined. Okay, so this will return our platform set. If it exists, then we inject this. We additionally, at that point in time, want to platform map. We want to user map. Right. This is all done. So if we have if the platform's there, then we make sure this user ID, the context user ID binding is set on for the platform, and then we additionally provide the command. This will override existing commands if they're already there, which is intentional. That's what we want it to do. So this should do everything but relay information across the WebSocket. So this establishes the bot side of tracking all the information. I'm going to rename some types in here. So platforms, take in a platform to PID. We're going to call this a type context. Platform : PID. Type. Let's call it P context and U context. So everywhere we do context is now P context. You are a P context. And then you are a user context. And a P context bound to a set of user contexts. And then you are a user context. Type session ID equal to string. You are a session ID. We did that for self-documentation. So now when you read this, our session map binds a session ID to a platform context. Our platform map binds a platform context to a set of user contexts. Our user map binds our user context to a set of to a command. Now we don't need all those inline comments to be able to read through this and understand what's happening. Oh right, we still need this. Let's move this up here into our to-do section. I still need to go through and do error handling. So we can now generate a session ID. This context is a platform context. Platforms. Platform map is a P context set to a set of U context. That should help us follow through our code a little bit so it's self-documented just a tad better, which will help us in the long run. Mostly we're just waiting for the Discord to update. Obet admin. Nope. Here. Let me move this off screen so I can. Sometimes if you relaunch it, sometimes it'll update. Usually that just means the local cache is still bound, but the global cache is not. I just need to find my server again. Alright, there it goes. It was the case for us. So we can start session. Got an error. The reply to this interaction has not been. Oh, right. This code we can update as often as we want, and it's nice and quick. We're not using edit reply here. Sorry, we are using it there. We're not using it here. Edit reply is the problem. So what we want to do is defer reply needs to be moved. Here. New game session. Okay, so now we have a session code. If we go in and we run /obet game test 1, 2, 3. We're getting our command count and our platform count incrementing. Make sure it's still not incrementing. Boom. Okay. We now have session creation as well as queuing of commands. In user. Let's make this disk or, nope, let's not do the or just yet. So we are publishing our commands. What we need now, so we're doing this. We're doing this. We still need to do this. Let's indent these. Game client connection. So this is the section for tracking what we still need to do to handle our game client. We have our two to-dos that we pulled up from below. Lastly, we need to handle sending spin off thread to handle sending data over WebSocket. How do we want to handle so we also need to handle ACK responses from game client. So what we need to handle here is we're storing it into a queue. We need to process our queue. What I'm trying to figure out is when do we want to trigger? What do we want to be our trigger for processing the queue? If we do it through a debouncing system, that would do pretty good for handling batching. But if a request is sent, if we say debounce a 100 millisecond window, if a request is sent within 100 milliseconds, it resets that debouncer. We could do a non-resetting debounce, which is when a request is sent, it has 500 milliseconds, and all requests that are sent within that window get batched together and then sent. And then the next request after that would start a new 500 millisecond window. And then that way, if a request is sent by itself, at most it's 500 milliseconds before it's sent. If multiple are sent in a row, then it would every half second it would send a batch of requests. We don't want to do a static timer. I don't like that. I would prefer a debouncer fashion than a static timer. I don't want to do it on demand because then we're not batching, and that's fine for low command threshold loads, but it doesn't scale up well. We don't want to wait until a specific threshold on commands, because then if there's a very low, if a streamer is connected with a low count of users, it would never, or it would take a very long time to fill up, which would not be fun. We could I think a debouncer is probably the best. So let's write a simple debouncer. We have a wait function. we are handling it through a queue system. Does this return? It gives back a promise, which means we know if it's pending or not. We can use this. Alright, so when a command is sent, we need to handle the platform. Handles platform context to but session. I think we need to handle or given a platform context, we're setting this within the platform context. I don't want to universalize it because then it's running across everything. I kind of like the idea that we would have a, we'll just call it timer. Sure, we'll call it a void. It has no return, so yeah, this would be a void. Yeah, this works fine. I don't need all the functionality of a debouncer. I need a duration wait timer. And this is either this or let's do or null. And then we just need to put in here timer null. Boom. And then we can go down here. We need to do the reverse lookup back into I know. This will solve the problem. Let's set it here. Timer. Promise void or null. And then user context. Okay. And then when we set the platform map, boom. And then down here, when we add to the platform map, is no longer platform set. Okay, so details. It's sure. If not platform details dot timer, then timer equals wait. Yes, that's what we want to do. And then we have let's write it up here. Do execute queue. It's going to take in a platform context. Console.log. That's our placeholder. And we're just going to grab this, and then we are going to provide it. Then execute queue, taking in context. And then we need to clear the timer. All right, so if there's a timer, do nothing, skip past, updates to timer. If there's no timer, then we set timer equal to a 500 millisecond wait, and the callback for it will call our execute queue, which is up here, providing the context, which is, again, this is going to be the P context for platform GID, which is this, the object we're adding here. Because again, we're checking on, this is all modifying on platform map.context. So platform map P context. So we're providing in the P context here. And this lookup should provide us all the information we need to reverse back into here if we need to. Which I think we're going to have to. I might need to rework how we're binding these between these two, so that the lookup's a little bit quicker. Although we're not as concerned at this point. The reason that this is all asynchronous here is that this creates a timer that in 500 milliseconds from now, so half a second from now, it'll start the process up and do a thing in the background. But in this second right now, as soon as this is set, it moves on. And so this will execute later. That's the important thing. We should change the order of these, actually. That way, when it does execute, it immediately clears the timer, so that if anything interrupts and calls later, it can set a new timer, and then it'll go to executing the queue. This is going to be a async function. We don't want to wait on it, though. And so this will kick off the process to execute that async function, and then finish execution so that other things can interrupt. And this will allow us to scale out on performance because we're not blocking connections. That's the important thing here. All right. So that's how we're handling this. We then will add, timer set. Go back and, again, this is asynchronous, so this isn't being executed now. This is for later. But the part that is being executed now is here. So we're setting the timer. We then update our users. We add the command, and then we respond back to the user. So this is all happening immediately, and then this gets deferred for later. After 500 milliseconds, it'll call this function with the context that we provided it. This is stored on a per context basis. So this platform, a key in platform, again, specifically this key in platform map, will now be getting executed. And so we can do platform details. So this is the platform details that we have, which is going to be this information right here. I guess we could, for convenience, we could do this. Oh wait, we can't do anything. If somehow this has been deleted, that means that the object in this map has been deleted, and this callback function was not deleted. And so we just want it to exit out. Well, no, it's been deleted, so we don't need to worry about that. In the case where it hasn't been deleted, the first thing we want to do is clear our timer. because it won't create a new timer if there's an existing timer. All right, and then let's tweak this down. 500 seems long. Let's do 300 milliseconds. Timer has been cleared. We should be executing on the queue for platform. Let's do values. Yeah, right up front. There we go. So now when we send a command, all right, let's just follow through. So the first thing we need to do is establish our admin game, establish our session. All right, we have a game session. Now, as a user, we would do game test 1, 2, 3. And then our queue is executed. So everything seems to be working. I'm going to increase the delay on this to 5 seconds so that we can actually see the gap between them. Again, admin, start our session, because I'm having to restart the session every time because all of this is stored in memory in the bot, and every time I save a file, it restarts the local bot. This isn't something you would have to do in the case of once it's deployed. Speaking of, handle ending of sessions. Game client disconnect. Just notes for me so I can keep my thoughts together on where it's going. I don't want to save right now because that will cause me to have to redo this. Alright, so obet game test 1, 2, 3. Command sent. You can see it's coming through, and there it goes. So this is actually being run off the main thread on another, something that's side-loaded and deferred, which allows us to handle batching at scale. Again, it's not going to be able to handle infinite scale. There are other mechanisms we will have to introduce at certain points in the scale order that have not been added yet, but I can't add them until we hit a certain threshold on Discord's side anyways. Well, I can. It just comes at a cost, and so it's not worth it just yet. So I need to handle some other things behind the scenes on Discord's side. But we'll be able to see the numbers scaling over time. So unless it's like an overnight thing where we jump from a few hundred users to tens of thousands of users, we shouldn't have an issue. All right, so we now have batched deferred requests going through. We need to do, let's do our lookup information now. So we need to find, given a context, we have the list of user commands. So const, how do I handle this? Commands, where this is users, no, platform details dot users dot values. This is the keys in the map. What is this supposed to be? It's an iterator. So if we do this, we can then do for user of values. Yep, that's what I want. We can then do user map dot get user, which is our user context, which is what we're getting out of here. So that's correct. And then we can do, if a command exists, then we do commands.push command. Yep. All right, so this should get our full command list. I just need to verify that we finished our send command. This is part of user map. Yep, it's all in there. Okay. So this is the list of commands we need to send. We then need to construct our destination. Because this is the context. So we need to const w, let's just call it sockets equals session map dot find. Is there a filter equivalent? No, I didn't think so. JavaScript map lookup key by value partial. I'm trying to avoid that. And it's recommending creating a reverse map. Can we reformat this to make more sense? We could repeat this information, but then finding it's going to be a problem when we're just looking at it from a session ID standpoint. And if it wasn't for this multi-entry context and everything that's going on here on how we're doing that, I would just have the connection information embedded into this. But this socket is a one-to-one with a session ID, which is one-to-one with a client. And then this is our one-to-many. And so here's our mini, and we don't want this repeated 3 times because we have it on 3 context listeners. For now, let's add a command in here. That's close sessions. In here, we need to add export function close game session, close game sessions, which is going to take in a GID string. Actually, we do want that. Const context, yep. We then do session map. I don't have a binding on. Our P context. If we go up here, that is platforms. So we need to look through all sessions to find any with this P context in a platform. So we look through all sessions to grab session details. We then check platforms for the context. If it has it, delete. And then after, we want to check if oh, I just realized something. We should change how we're doing that binding. Each WebSocket is bound specifically to a set of. This is always a one-to-one. Well, it's technically a one-to-many, but we don't have to worry about the situation where, like, how to phrase that? If we go back here, if the platform has this context, we can delete the entire entry. We don't need to just remove this one platform and then check to see if it's empty, which is what I was starting to do. But what that also means is that this binding is consistent. So maybe how are we doing this? This lookup sucks. I don't want to do it this way. I want to do it from here. But in order to do it from there, I guess we could add sessions. And then session ID just binds the WebSocket. If we wanted to eventually support multiplayer, like multi-streamer support, I think this would need to become a set. And that would allow the session ID to be a game session. And then each socket would be a client connection. So let's call this clients and say set of WebSockets. So now our session map register game. Register game, here we go. Session map creates a session and establishes clients, which by default is empty. The game client would establish that connection given a session ID. Then we have the platform map. If it exists, so if it exists, then we add the session ID. So now when our platform's context updates, it can push to the session. That also means that you should be able to create multiple connect to multiple sessions. We additionally need to introduce add option to connect to an existing session, aka session ID provided. Because this is the binding system on how we bind the context, which is our input stream. So this is how we identify the user is on your Discord server. So this is our context. It's how we bind the input context to the clients that are listening on it. And these are the game, like the running games. So this is how we do the binding there. If it doesn't exist, then we need to create a new context where sessions is a new set provided the context. Oh, right. Session ID. Not context, session ID. So our context is bound to sessions. In this case, it's updating. So this would be, I can trim this down to simply a else statement. And returns the session ID. And then we will pop that. We go to here, and then we've got a start session, so we need a... we'll just add it. Alright. Alright, so that binds. So when you close a game session, this is closing all sessions for your GID, which means we need to iterate through the So given your player context, we can now delete, right, we need to do it the other way around, platform.delete context. But before we do that, we need to do for const, we've got a player context, so platform map player context, which is our sessions. Sessions. So that. Our session ID, so no. So session, so each of these are an item within sessions is the array. So then we do for session ID of sessions. So this will get each ID in our sessions object bound to this. We can then iterate through our session IDs and delete them from the session map. Before we delete though, we want to this isn't true. because this is going to be our contextual endpoint for binding the Discord session to a game session, which means we have so the platform context. This tells us which Discord server we're looking at for getting inputs. But the session is a game client, and a game client can be linked. Many clients can be listening, and many clients can be linked to multiple inputs. Because of that, we can't just delete the session. We need to disconnect a client. This is coming in from the standpoint of, this is not close game sessions. This is close platform context. And so if we're closing at this level, we're deleting this entry, which means we're removing all sessions. We can't just delete the session without having cleanup code elsewhere. Everything is linked through this context, though. So once it's removed from here, there's no way of triggering it. So I think what we need to do is, given the context given the context for a platform, we find all sessions that are linked to that context. We then iterate through those sessions and find if well, actually, we don't even have to iterate through them. We can just do a lookup and grab session map.get clients. Coming from the client standpoint makes a lot more sense. So if we let's add it that way first. Maybe that'll help me visualize it. Export function close client connection, which is a session ID. So look at this. Yeah, there's on close. That's how we'd have to handle that. So when the session closes, it needs to clean itself up. So that's a different handler altogether. I don't know. I need to think about this for a second. I need to get up and move again. I'm out of water as well. So give me one moment. Okay, we're back. So, I think we just need to completely decouple the cleanup logic and clients on session. The client to session coupling will be handled by itself separately. So clients need to disconnect on their own, which is fine. WebSockets have a way of handling that relatively easily. So when we're going through and deleting this, we just need to remove the session object reference, which means we need to... Actually, we don't even need to do that. We just need to delete this object. Platform. We can just call platform map dot delete context. Since our entry point comes in through listening on the context and then calling out to sessions, this is a one-way binding from context into sessions. And so we don't need to trigger... We don't need to tell the clients to disconnect because they ran out of things that they're not listening to anything. Like, that's not something we need to worry about. We'll just do the cleanup in the other direction. When all clients disconnect and this becomes empty, no. What I'm worried about is this sticking around. When we add entries into our session map, because right now, when we add connections here, we can stop listening on them at any point in time and it closes this out. That's what we're adding right now. We're closing our platform context. But this isn't going to clean up our sessions when they're done. It makes me wish I had a whiteboard here. I guess I need to do what I did in my old place and get some whiteboard paint or stickers or something. I can get a rolling whiteboard, that'd be nice. I'm worried that... I mean, it's not much, but this server by design is never meant to go down. And thus, yes, sessions aren't super common. We're spinning up one a day. One per day per streamer. It's going to be a minute before this adds up. But if the server never goes down by design, eventually it will add up and it will become an issue. So this is by not handling this here and doing a cleanup segment here, this is a memory leak. Even if these clear themselves out when they disconnect, which we'll add logic for that later, even if these clear themselves out when they disconnect, this is still a session ID bound to an empty object, which it's not much memory, but it is a small amount, and it would just stick around forever. I guess we could. We're binding a context this way into session. I guess we could have it to where when the last client disconnects, it cleans up the session ID, which solves the memory leak problem. But now we have the other direction of as long as a client is connected, it's taking up space in the session. And we don't currently have a way to bind, because when you send a command on the platform, it does nothing if there's no platform context for it. That's by design. When you register a game, it creates the connection context and sets it to the session ID. It generates it. So I guess we could optionally provide a session ID. Session ID. Generate, and then we delete that line. And so if you provide a session ID, it will bind on the session ID. If you don't provide one, it generates one. That way we can reconnect a context to an open session. So if you wanted to close this out and reopen it later, you could. Now there's a reason that this would want to stay alive as long as there's clients. And then if we ever get to the point where all clients disconnect, we don't actually want to, because we want to be able to handle the case of reconnects. Because if we do have timers. Maybe we bind a timer into this, and then when we create this, timer equals null. And then when we disconnect, handle ending of sessions. Game when last client disconnects, start timer to clear session after, we'll give it a 5-minute timeout, I guess. That way, if a client reconnects within a window, you have a 5-minute window to reconnect your client and it will reestablish. Otherwise, this eventually clears itself out. And that will handle cleanup of our sessions. And then in the other side, when all clients disconnect and the session gets deleted, we don't want to so date.now is now, and so it's constantly changing. So the only way to get the same ID is if you have two people use it at the exact same time. The problem with it is that when you're at scale across large numbers of users, it's actually possible that two users could call the same thing within the same 1 second window, because date.now is bound to a second window. So if they call it within a certain same time frame, they'll get the same ID, which is why we are doing multiple random numbers. It is theoretically possible, because we are just using math.rand, which is based on time. It is theoretically possible that two users could get it at the same time, but math.rand uses millisecond, not second thresholds. So it should be fine, because our code literally can't compute fast enough to generate that many random numbers within a 1 millisecond window anyways. It would be a problem if we were running this on two separate servers, because if they called the exact same millisecond, it would generate them. And then if they were trying to use those same UUIDs in a conjoined fashion across like a shared memory or something like that, it would become a problem. But generally speaking, when it comes to UUIDs, it's best practice to just generate a series of random numbers and not use time. You can see I just wrote a simple little UUID script. This just creates every fifth character 0 indexed, so it's 4th position. Every fifth character is a dash, and then so it's generating 4 groupings of 4 numbers with 3 dashes between them. And then if I wanted to increase this from 4 groupings of 4, which is 16 digits with 3 dashes, hence 19, then I would add a dash going up to 20 and then 4 digits. So I'd set this to 24 and it will generate more. I can actually do this a little bit further. I can do it's using math.round on math.random. Random uses internally, this uses, like it says, it's pseudo random. So internally, this uses time, date.now, with some deviations on it. So it makes it less likely that it will trigger. But also, since this is running on a single thread, 2 users cannot call it within the same 1 millisecond window. It's impossible. Because it'll be computing one, and the other one will have to wait. So the odds of this happening are next to 0. The longer this gets, the lower the chances of that happening. There are libraries to handle this, but again, we don't need that level of verbosity unless we're trying to store it into a database and we have multiple entry points coming in. As long as we keep the UUID generation within the context of a single thread, we don't have to worry about that. At which point, we're adding a third-party library and dependency on another project for what could be collapsed down to 1 line of code. Granted, if I did that, it would be very readable. But we can also add chunks equal to 4. And then we can do 4 digits and then a dash. So we do chunks times 5 minus 1. So 4 digits and a dash this many times, and then we remove the dash from the end. We just need to make sure this number and this number are the same. But when I'm dealing with this small of segments of code, I would rather write it myself, know what it does, and know how it functions, than rely on a third-party library to inject into here and run the risk of them doing something errant that is unexpected or changing their API and breaking my build or something like that. If it'd be a different story if I was like using UUIDs at a database level. I wouldn't be doing this in my code anyways, though. I would be using the built-in ID generator for my given database. Because now it's a shared context, and so I need it to be unique within the context of itself. This is unique enough within the context of my code that I don't need to worry about it, because this is all in memory anyways. And again, you have to keep in mind, this session is bound. The session spins up when you are running a game client, which means that we are restrictively bound within the context of if you lock it to a singular version and never update, no, it won't break. Assuming they don't replace their old version. If you effectively, what it comes down to, even if you go into your package.json and I were to set like this, can theoretically break at any time. I'm using Caret, so it's less likely. But even if I set this to a specific version, a developer can go in and replace this version with a new version, and the next time I run npm install, it will install the new version under that number and break it. And the problem isn't necessarily that developers are going to do that. If you've got a developer you can trust, the odds are they're following semantic versioning correctly. The problem is bad actors. Oh, sorry. In semantic versioning, what you get different. So this is install this exact version. This is install that is the same as this. Install any patch version. And then you have Caret. which is the same as this. And since I'm setting here, this is saying any minor version that is 2 or above. So tilde is your patch version, which is the third number. Caret is the minor version, which is your second number. And then you can do things like this that will get even like major version number changes. Or you can do star and it will always get the latest no matter what. And so generally speaking, I use this because minor versions, if you trust the developer, I trust Discord in this case, minor versions should not have breaking API changes. If you set this, if I were to do this, and I have a package lock. So if I set this, it gets set once and stays there to whatever version is currently the latest under that. If I set this, next time I run npm install, if there's a .3 version, it'll get .3. So there's yes within context. If you don't have a package lock and you set 17.2, it might change your patch version. So let's say 17.2.3 is the current patch, but you set it like this, and then later you run an npm install, and there's a 17.2.5, you'll get, or 6 or whatever I just hit, you'll get this new version of it. If you don't have a package lock. If you have a package lock, it'll lock the patch version as well. The problem is that even if I set this and I have it locked to a specific patch, at any point in time, a developer can delete a version and upload a new version under that same number. And so, if you trust the source and they're a good actor, you don't have a problem with that. But if you're using a random small library like LeftPad, for example, they could go in and delete it and replace it with a different version that does something nefarious at any point in time, and there's no way for you to know. That is the underlying problem. And so the second you include a small library like this, you are now saying, I explicitly trust X developer to inject whatever code they want into my application at any point in time. So, like, I could go out and find a UUID library that did this, but you can also write it. Yes. All package.json does is tell you what version to fetch from Git, or from GitHub or whatever source you have it bound to. It doesn't say pull down a release. It's saying pull down the code at this version tag. So whenever possible, if it's a small, relatively minor, negligible amount of work to implement it yourself so that you can trust it. If it starts getting into a point where it requires a lot of work or testing or something to make sure it's done correctly, consistently, sure, go use the library for it. Just make sure that you trust the source it's coming from. So this will give us our sessions. So just so our context to session binding will clean itself up when you close the context is the concept here, which means the platform app deletes itself, which clears out its sessions by default. It also clears out the timer. We should call that's fine. The timer will, on next iteration, close itself out, so we're not too worried about it. We do need to make sure this does run the risk that this doesn't clear user map needs cleared as well. How we clear user map's a weird one, because technically user context is a compound of platform context. So if we're removing the platform context, all of these users are now no longer valid. So we should also, before we delete this, we should const user delete. This would be a user context coming out of here. Yep. So this will delete all open commands, then delete the platform level, which will clear user sessions out of this, and then clear sessions out of this, which means all that would be left after running the closed platform context would be open sessions. We'll have, when a last client disconnects, we spin up a timer which closes out this session. And then the other way, if a session closes, we should do something to clear this out. Because we also have the other, so this is being managed through the platform side, which means that when you're done with the game, you need to call an endpoint and clean up the session. So we want to automate cleanup because we can't trust, in the case of when we're dealing with a Discord bot and it's run through all of these Discord servers that are connected to our instance, it doesn't spin up a new instance of the bot every time a server connects. The bot is always running, and then it adds and removes connections as needed, which means that when a session is created by a command on any Discord server, this session now exists within the context of our bot, and it will stay there until we close the session. And so right now, there's no way for us to close this session. So we do want to add export function close session, which will take in a session ID. Which we can just call session map delete session ID, like easy. We should probably, for const client, yep, client. So this will iterate through all of our clients and close their connection and then delete it, just to be safe. Although that should get handled as part of it, but let's just be explicit about it. And so if we call this, it cleans up here. If we call this, it cleans up here. However, right now, the only automated thing that's going on is when you close the game client on your computer, this closes out. When the last one closes out, this will proc, which will delete this, is the intention. Once this is deleted, I guess we could have this remove itself from here, and if the last session closes out, then we delete the platform. Once we call it to delete a platform, it's going to clear the users. Which means we should call a export function close platform context. No, we don't need to do that because this is by name. So this will close. There's all clock. We do need to handle the Twitch case on this still at some point, but we'll get to that later. So when we need to provide a way to connect. When connection is established, it would have to set up a new WebSocket with the destructuring, which would clean this out. And then we can just have it, when the last client disconnects, start timer client. When a session is deleted, remove it from platform map as well. When last session is removed from platform map, call close platform context on entry. That way, when all clients disconnect, it'll start a timer. After a 5-minute period, it'll attempt to remove itself if it's still there. But before it removes itself, it's going to remove from here. If this ever goes empty, which means all sessions have been removed from the context, it will go ahead and clean up the context. When we clean up the context, it removes all user map. And so closing out all game clients will clear out all stored data, which is the pattern we want. Because leaving a game running is perfectly fine. Like that, we want to account for that. We want to allow for that. No problems there. When you create a context and you set up sessions and everything, I guess the one error, the one issue we would have is when you create your session, you set up a context and it sets up all the listeners. It creates an empty session. If you then never connected a client, none of this would trigger. That would be a problem. I guess when we create the initial session map, we could set the cleanup timer on it. I can't remember. If we here, async function cleanup session, given a session ID, then we will session map dot get session ID if clients dot size is less than or equal to 0. Right. Alright, so if clients.size over 0, so if this is undefined, it'll come out as 0. If the client.size is less than or equal to 0, then when this triggers, then we want to call close session on session ID. this will short circuit. There's nothing in here for it to go through, and so it'll trigger deletion. Which means to do remove session from platform map. So we'll still have to handle that. This is where we'd handle this logic. To do if last session is removed, delete, or call close platform context. So we'll come back to that. But this will trigger closing of a session when there are no clients. We can then set timer equal to wait 1000, that's 1 second. So this is 60 seconds. And this is 5 minutes. There we go. Should be the session ID going into session map. Session ID, boom. All right. So now, when we add a session, you have 5 minutes to connect a client. In 5 minutes, it's going to run this. It's going to run this function to check to see if you've connected at least one client. If not, it'll close out the session. Which means if you attempt to connect a client after this point, it'll get rejected because the session won't exist. We can additionally then check or handle our cleanup. Oh, we also want to no matter what, if closing session, we don't care. Else this doesn't account for the case where this has been deleted already. If not, has return. So if this has already been deleted when this triggers, we just bail out. Otherwise, we check to see that, and then we run this. We know it's there. This should be resolving that for us, but I don't know why it's not. Perfect. Let's clean this up slightly. Session equals boom. If not, session. And this is session. Hey, look kitty. And then this is session. All right. We can always do this. So this will clean up our session. None of this is async, so we can actually do that. So it'll check to see if our session exists. If not, do nothing. If it does exist, we clear out the timer. Then we check to see if the size is less than or equal to 0, and then we call close session. In closed session, we iterate through all of our open clients. In this case, there shouldn't be any. Closing those out, and then we delete the session. As part of this, we also need to only thing I can think of to do this is to iterate through all of these, which is going to suck. But we need to iterate through all platform entries, looking for details. We need context for reference. If it has our session ID, then we need to delete session ID from it. If session.size is now less than or equal to 0, then we need to close platform context, which closing platform on context will in fact delete this entire entry. Platform map, yep, delete context, okay. So this is going to iterate through and do our cleanup. So now, if we establish a session, don't connect any game clients within a 5-minute period, it will self-clean up and remove everything. If we, at any point in time, close out, then it will balance everything out and clean up. So this should remove everything from a memory leak standpoint where it's just accumulating over time. We need to offer these as commands to our admins. Close session given a session ID. So you are close session and close session. And then we add string option. We have session ID. And then here, session ID is options get string session ID. Yep. And then, yeah, we might as well do the if statement for it. Close session. Oh. Where are you being declared? Oh. All right. So given a session ID, we close out a session. Update our message to be relevant to a singular session. All right, we need to close our platform context. So we can start a session and we can close a session, which will generate a session ID and close out a given session ID. When we establish, I don't think we want to provide close platform context as a command. We are using it, so it's useful to have as a function, but I don't think there's a situation where you want to be able to provide that. Like where you would call that directly. So I think we might just leave that command out and just, I mean, it's there if we ever need it, but I don't see a use case for it. So, okay, going through here, we should have our networking set up now from the Discord's like bot interface side. All of our cleanup logic is in place. Our call through logic is in place, or like our queue is in place. We still need to establish the WebSocket connections, and then once we have the WebSocket connections, we can start establishing the actual like sending of commands to our game. All right, so let's look through here. Handing disconnect timeout. We do need to handle. These are done. We need to reestablish this when we go for or when we clear things out. We need to handle our client acknowledgements. We need to handle when and how we have this. We need to send it over the WebSocket still though. But we have execute queue. It's not sending it over the sockets, but we'll come back to that eventually. Server commands now have a UID. We need to handle server commands still, which is going to be, remember from our server command standpoint, once all the connections happen, we want to, because the intention here is you set up all of this stuff prior to connecting, like prior to starting your stream, which means we need to handle, undo. We need to handle game start as a command, game stop as a command, because again, you establish your session, you connect your game client, and then you would start your Twitch stream. And then when it registered a when it registered the start of a stream, no, because then it's only during. I thought what I want to do is have the Discord bot control when when the game starts, so that we can pause, resume, and stop. We don't necessarily have to stop from the bot standpoint, to be honest. The pause and resume are the important parts. And I think start is kind of important as well, because if you're bound to a Twitch session, you don't want it's on a 10-minute phase window, which is what we're talking about doing. We don't want our 10-minute phase window to start 2, 3, 4 minutes before the stream starts. And so phase 1 is cut short. You know what I mean? And so the pause and resume functions are tied to our ads. So we are getting surprisingly close to reaching affiliate. And the second I reach affiliate, Twitch is going to start forcing ads on the stream, and I don't have a choice. So when that happens, I'm going to set up the optimized version of that, which is 2 minutes of ads every 30 minutes. So as part of that, I'm going to, when Twitch says an ad starts, I will have the game pause. And when Twitch says the ad ends, I will have the game resume, is the intention for it. That way when the game is playing, people that are subscribed don't get some sort of advantage over people that aren't subscribed. More importantly, so people that aren't subscribed don't miss out on the gameplay loop or something like that. Again, for this game, it's 5-minute sessions. Or sorry, not 5 minutes, 10-minute sessions. And so you lose out on, and each action takes 10 to 30 seconds. I'm not sure exactly how long it takes. So you're not really missing out on a lot, but I still don't want it to happen, you know what I mean? So that's where this comes in. Other games that we make down the road might be more time sensitive. I'm not sure. I haven't thought that far ahead. So I would prefer to have it built in to begin with. Which means we're going to have to handle that. And so this gives the bot a way to pause and resume gameplay based on those kinds of events coming through, which is our server commands. Which is also why I want to do the start stop here to tie it into stream, which is fine when we only look at it from the standpoint of Twitch. When we look at it from the standpoint of Discord without a Twitch stream, these don't really make a lot of sense, and the start and stop make even less sense because it's just when you boot it up kind of thing. Maybe we have a command for it. So we introduce, nope, I wish it would stop it, assuming. We'd have Discord commands for Discord, admin commands for admin commands, or Twitch automated commands. So in the case of Twitch, it would be able to see when your stream started, when an ad started, when an ad ended, and when your stream ended. So if it's bound to a Twitch session, which again, when we eventually add that, it's going to be through our platform context. So if your platform context is Twitch based, these commands will get injected for you. In theory, we could do this for YouTube as well. We're going to have a weird oddity on double starts. I'm not sure. We'll have to come back to figuring out how double starts work if you're streaming to multiple platforms. I guess if it's already started, it just ignores it, would be the logical thing to do. But again, we'll have to come back to that one. The pause, if it's already paused, we'll have to handle pause and resume in a weird way as well. It'll have to track if it's in a... I think the Discord bot is going to have to track, or the bot is going to have to track if it's in a paused state already as part of our session. Because again, keep in mind, sessions are bound to clients. So I think the session map will have to start tracking if it's already paused. That way, if a second pause command comes through, it's now double paused. And more importantly, it means that it's going to need 2 resume calls to come back out. Right now, we don't really have to worry about this. My YouTube isn't getting enough views for us to be forced into showing ads, and I have a little bit more control over it to some extent. So we don't have to worry as much about the YouTube side, at least for a while. But for other streamers, if they want to use this, it becomes more and more of a problem, especially larger streamers. I am a little worried about YouTube not providing details on that, because I know a lot of the streamers that I watch that have ad pausing stuff when they run it, only do it when Twitch plays ads and not YouTube. So YouTube might not provide that information. We'll have to come back to that one later. I'm not too focused on YouTube anyways, so... that should handle the server commands. We'll have to figure out how we want to interject those without player details, though, into our user map. And then outside of that, we need to install and we need to have our bot spin up a WebSocket server. So I'm going to have to do some research on what I want to use for that. I might just use native, but that's a pain in the ass. Maybe I'll look at, I'll see if WSIO has a good client for me, WebSocket.io. I'll have to do a little bit of research on that to see what WebSocket client I want to use so that we can establish a WebSocket connection on the server side. And then we're going to have to figure out code in Godot on how to connect to a WebSocket. I assume that's a thing you could do just natively. I don't think we're going to have to write that, or, I mean, worst case scenario, I guess I could write some C++ code that'll do it and inject it into the game. That might actually be the better option, because then I can reshare the exact snippet of code between all the games we want to build. Alright. I think that might be where we end today. I feel like this is a pretty good spot to stop at. Yeah, Godot has plugins, so you can like Godot itself is actually built in C, so you can run like little plugin extensions for Godot, and you can execute C++ code as part of it. Most people use GDScript because it is a scripting language that does not require a big makefile compile step, so you can execute in it like real quick, making changes. But C code can be used in Godot directly. I don't know if GDScript supports our networking stuff that we're going to be able to do, or if like Godot has built-in stuff for it or what. If it does, that'll save me a lot of time and effort. If it doesn't, we'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you just GD extension C++. It takes a little bit of setup. Yeah, set up your compiler and all that stuff and do the linking and those kinds of things. But if you want to write C++ code in Godot, you can just create modules for it and inject them. It is way more complex to get things set up and running. No, so Godot, when you run Godot, the only native for Godot by itself directly is GDScript. You can enable C# if you want with .NET, but there are extensions for a few other languages. I thought they have a few of these. I'm trying to see if they have a list of what ones they support. I mean, obviously C++ is in here. Oh, C and C++ are the two extension examples they have listed in here. But technically, any shared library runtime would work through this. But it's just a thing they built in to allow you to execute. Oh, here we go. Bindings below are developed and maintained by the community. So they have directly supported language C++. Community supported languages support are D, Go, Nim, Rust, Swift, and Odin. And I assume there's probably more. Why do you think C# would be more beneficial? Because the second I introduce C#, it no longer wants to run on Linux. I mean, you can write backend code in C++. Correct. If your goal is to write, if your goal is to learn a language that you can use both in and out of a game engine, the most useful is going to be C++. But C++ is way harder of a language to learn and work optimally in than C#. Yeah, and so the next step up would be C#. At which point, if you're writing code in C#, then you can choose either Godot or Unity for your game engine, which is a benefit. Whereas if you're using GDScript, it's only Godot. Unity does not play nice on Linux, though, so keep that in mind. It's not that it doesn't work, it's just not great. If you're learning C++, I believe you can write games in C++ on Unity. The core engine is written in C++, but it does not natively support writing C++ in games. Ironic. Yeah, the problem you're going to run into is the documentation for Godot is going to be overwhelmingly focused on GDScript, which is, again, it's because it's the first class language for them. Now, I'm of the opinion that use the best tool for the job at the time. I'm using TypeScript for here because of how convenient it is to do certain things that I was doing when I first spun this bot up for convenience. Now I'm at the point where I kind of wish I would have just chose something different. But at the same time, like, it's not bad for what I'm using it for. It's just some of these things could have been a lot easier if I would have chose something aside from TypeScript. But when it comes to choosing my game engine, like, I chose the engine and I'm using the language the game most supports. So, flipping between the languages is negligible in my opinion when it comes to those kinds of things. So I have, when I was learning, when I was fiddling around with Unity, I taught myself C#. When I wanted to learn more about game engines, I relearned C++ with SDL. When I started learning Godot, I taught myself GDScript. Just the main thing is that all the languages are going to be very samey. The more you learn, there are going to be intricacies on each individual language on how things are handled, but they're all going to feel very similar. So, like, I wouldn't over-index on, like, reusability of a language, to be honest. If you have a language you're comfortable in and it has first-class support for something you want to do, sure, maybe that drives your choice of game engine. But like tools you choose just to make it easier on yourself, as opposed to learning multiple things at once. But the reality is that once you've learned one programming language, learning a second or third is pretty damn easy, especially if they're all C-based languages. Like, I'm writing in TypeScript because it makes the JavaScript feel more like C. And when I first learned to code, all the languages I learned at the time were C-based. VB, so Visual Basic, Java, C++, C/C++, depending on which course I was taking at the time, were the languages I learned on. All of those are C-based languages. It wasn't until later that I started picking up languages outside of that in things like Python and stuff. And so when I program, I am way more comfortable in a C-based language that feels like a C-based language. So I expect object-oriented programming with classes and structures. Not everything makes sense to be object-oriented. So it's real nice when you have things like TypeScript, which are just kind of fuzzy around the edges when it comes to object-oriented. Yeah, you can write object-oriented code or a semblance of it, but also you could just not. It is perfectly fine to just go full functional programming in JavaScript and it doesn't care. The benefits of something like that is you can use the paradigm that makes sense at that point in time, mix and match as you need to, and those kinds of things, and just go with what's needed when it's needed. And I highly recommend that. Not all problems make sense to be solved with object-oriented programming, just like not all problems make sense to be solved with functional programming. Learn them both, and then you can flex between languages a little bit easier on that sense. When you come across a very strict C language that uses object-oriented programming and you have a problem that needs object-oriented programming, go for it, you know? So when you transition, there's a couple things that come into play as you transition from junior to mid to senior level roles. One is going to be your proficiency with your tools, your coding language being that as well. The other is your architectural system design knowledge and those kinds of things. And so building systems gives you information on how to build better systems. Um, the one of the things that you're going to have to go down the path of is that as you build more systems and you build more complex systems in more scenarios and those kinds of things, you start learning when you shouldn't use certain tools. A lot of that can be handled through research, but a lot of it is also experience. You just build things and you can learn that. On the other side, you have your tools. Yes, as you transition from a junior to a mid-level, it becomes more important that you get more and more familiar with the tool that you are considered mid-level for that role in. The best time to just learn a wide range of tools is when you're a junior developer, though, for two reasons. One being, you can't always guarantee a job will use a certain language going in. This is really big in JavaScript, the frameworks. It's the same concept. You're not applying for a React developer position. You're applying for a front-end developer position. They might use React, they might use Angular, so on and so forth. The second you say, I'm a React developer, you exclude all other jobs that are not React. That's a problem. The same thing goes for backend. If you go in and say, I'm a Java Spring person, then anything that's not Java Spring is immediately thrown out. Now, there are those caveats. When you're applying for a junior level position, they expect you to have a base understanding of the language, but you're a junior engineer. They don't expect you to have, high level understanding of all the intricacies of it. That's part of being a junior engineer. They expect you to come in with some knowledge, but not all the knowledge you're going to need. They're going to have to train you to some extent. So having a range of understandings, like I know, a functional knowledge of C#, .NET, a functional knowledge of Java with Java Spring, and those kinds of things, widen the pool of things you can apply for. If I was going to interview you for a front-end engineering, because it's the position I have the most interviews run for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for front-end engineering. It really comes down to, do you want a behavioral style question, or do you want a more technical oriented question? That's the underlying problem, and it's also going to be dependent on the company. So if I were at Amazon interviewing for Amazon, it would follow one of their leadership principles. And so I would pick one of these. These are their leadership principles. And so, yeah. And so what you would do is you'd pick one of these. Let's go with, for junior engineers, you lean more into things like learn and be curious. This is a great one for junior engineers, but again, it's on the behavioral side. And so something I would do, a question I would ask for on the behavioral side for focused on learn and be curious for a junior engineer would be something like, can you give me an example of a project that you started and brought to completion recently that required you to learn either a new technology, a new language, or some sort of new skill, and then let you go. And then on my side, I'm trying to translate that into the star. Here, let me pop this window over here. Open up. For behavioral questions, you should get familiar with this. Oh, right. I guess it helps if I share my screen, huh? So you should get familiar with the STAR method for doing interviews, which is the situation, task, action, and result. I've never seen this on here. This is the important thing. So you want to explain your answer should fit into this, and this just helps you keep it ordered and concise on your response. This is when I was interviewing at Amazon, all of our responses were meant to be logged into this format. So if you didn't give it us in this format, it's mental gymnastics on our part to try and suss these out. But effectively, what it boils down to is give the situation you were in. So in the example I give here is my previous role as a project coordinator. Then the task, which is the specific goal that you were trying to associate. And so, again, needed to improve customer satisfaction scores. So you should have a one sentence that sets up this. Maybe two sentences. It should be very straightforward. You should be able to say, this is the role I was filling at the time, and this is the task that was given to me. Then you tell, what steps did you personally take? This is really important, the you personally. When you start talking in terms of like we or broader sense of the team and or as those kinds of things, like the broader, it's hard for us to know as an interviewer, was this something you did or was this something the team did and you just happen to be part of that team, or someone on your team did and you're just kind of absorbing part of that. And then what was the outcome? So, this is the role I was in. This is the task this is what I was tasked with to do. This is how I went about doing said task, and then this is like how it resulted. Like this is the outcome from it. That's kind of what you're trying to structure it into. So, learn and be curious for that given question. A project you've completed recently or started. I'd probably do something like, give me an example of a project you started recently where you ran into a complex task that required you to learn or research or develop some new skill. Yeah, so you would say, in my case, while I was trying to get into streaming software development, I came across the situation of a multiplayer game idea that required interaction from the Twitch community. So I expanded a Discord bot that I had and added the Twitch layer functionality onto it so that I could interface with the Twitch community. Like read inputs from the Twitch community. This required me to further my understanding of TypeScript and then incorporate it into and learn the intricacies of how Twitch handles their chatbot to Twitch community interactions, and then expand that into the context of how Discord allocates it against servers, and bind those two for a given streamer to cross across their communities. Of course, I haven't finished this section, so I don't really have a result for it. But in this situation, hypothetical situation, result being something along the lines of, I was able to launch a game and have 10 users concurrently playing across Twitch and Discord at any point in time, for example. That would be a star-structured response to a question like that. It isn't, again, when it comes to behavioral questions, you're trying to suss out scenarios that they've gone through and make sure that they have relevant experience. And again, from a interviewee standpoint, it's really important you phrase it in terms of what you personally did. That's very important. But yeah, you can find, this is the structure you're going for. You can find here we go. You can just Google Amazon interview questions. Again, they all link these back to their leadership principles. And this is very common within companies. A lot of companies do this, where they have some sort of guiding principles for the company. Amazon refers to theirs as leadership principles. And these are, the 10 core concepts our company follows. It's useful before you interview a company to familiarize yourself with what their equivalent of these are. A reason for that being is these tend to guide a company that properly follows these, it will guide their decisions across all avenues of the company to keep things consistent and moving in the same direction as the like higher up's vision goes, without them having to constantly ask higher up what they should do. And so a company of decent scale is going to have some method like this. What I'm getting at, find their equivalent of these principles. They're going to be different for each company. And then what you want to do is you want to, first off, do you align with these principles, or at least a decent number of these principles? Because if you don't align with these, you are not going to fit culturally within that company, and you're not going to have a good time there. So if you don't align with enough of at least a majority, not all of them, but a majority of these principles, you might want to look elsewhere. And some of these are going to be kind of archaic, or not archaic, is not the right word, but like abstract and things like that. And so in those, you can more or less ignore them once you read them. But once you know what the principles are, then you can start looking into, and you'll understand what they mean. Then you can start coming up with concepts of questions they might ask. From your standpoint as a non-interviewer, what you might be more interested in is thinking through ways to showcase this. So if we look at the principles themselves, if we pick one out, leaders are just, that's a hard one. Leaders think long-term, act on behalf of the whole company, and take responsibility. That's what ownership means within the context of Amazon as one of their core principles. So now you can create a example using your situational knowledge that can showcase when you took ownership of something. And so from an ownership standpoint, think long term, act on behalf of the company, and take responsibility. So maybe you give an example of a time where you were working on a project with the team and had to take over the responsibility of others because they were falling through, to make sure that the group as a whole was able to move forward. Because again, you don't have context for that stuff like that. It's weird. It depends on the company. When you're interviewing as a junior engineer, they tend to weight more towards behavioral questions, because you don't have, they'll ask behavioral questions in a broader sense, and then the coding questions will be focused on usually low-level knowledge. If you're looking for a position within again, they no longer call it this, but the FANG companies, your Facebook, or I guess they call it Meta now, Amazon, Netflix, Google, when you're looking within those companies, they're very, very heavy on algorithms for entry-level positions, because they want people that have computer science backgrounds. So if you're looking for a back-end position at a company that is known for hiring with computer science degrees, or it lists computer science as a requirement, expect there to be algorithms questions. In Amazon, when we did our interviews, it was broken down into multiple technical interviews, and one of them for backend engineers was focused on algorithms. When we did full stack, it was lighter, but there's still algorithms in there. When we were doing front-end engineering, we did not use algorithms questions. So if you don't want anything at all to do with algorithms, you need to be focusing on front-end engineering positions. But again, LeetCode works for algorithms questions. It's not the only way to practice them. It is an easy way to get questions that fit into that category, but again, it's not the only way. Yeah, if you want the behavioral side of it, find a company you're interested in, look up their principles online on find out what they define them as, and then come up with scenarios on theoretical questions or hypothetical situations or something like that, or just examples showcasing that you can do that, and it helps you get in the mindset and prepare for the behavioral side. LeetCode is a good way. There are others out there. I'm trying to think of one. There is one in particular that I've been hearing about recently that I haven't tried, and I'm not seeing it anywhere. Again, a lot of the questions are for a junior engineer. They're going to focus on low-level questions, which is going to be testing how good are you at doing the basics of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So doing things like Flexbox Rocky, for example, helps you get better at CSS. It's not the only option, but it is like those little games help you get better at it. The writing more and more complex things and how you interact and stuff like that helps you prepare for that. As far as questions go, LeetCode has a lot of front-end focused questions. You can also do something like W3C Schools. You can get their certifications. So you can go and get a certification in HTML, CSS, and stuff like that. So you can take their courses to get more familiar with it, which will run you through a lot of the more platform level stuff. I mean, they have JavaScript certification, they have a React certification if you want to focus on React. And then there's also, I know boot.dev has been pretty popular recently. They're kind of expensive. $50 a month. So, yes, it's cheap when you compare it to a university, but it's also $50 a month if you just want to hop in for a month. You know what I mean? And so it's really up to you. I don't tend to use tools like this. If I'm going to get into it, I'm going to get into like a certification. And so I got my W3 Schools had a sale where they had like all of their certification courses for like $300, and so I just bought the entirety of all of their certification courses, and I got their cert for HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React. There's like 2 others, I think. I don't remember what else. But I just just cause kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, tools like that are great ways to do it. Again, junior engineers, they're going to be focusing on fundamentals. How well do you know the base level platform stuff? If they're hiring for a specific role, they're going to ask you that requires very specific things. Like if they want you if you're interviewing for a role at a company that uses React for their products, they're going to ask you React specific questions. So make sure you refresh on your React fundamentals. If you are interviewing for a Java backend, they're probably going to ask you questions about Java Spring. And these will be listed in the role. So let me just pull up something real quick. Just because I know it and I'm familiar with it. This should be a junior level position. But they're always going to have this. Front-end or web mobile software development using JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. So you know these are your core fundamentals they're going to be asking you for. So this, when they include lines like this, you are going to get asked data structures and algorithms questions interviewing for this role. Yeah, like Angular and React, refresh on using a framework such as, which means come in with knowledge of any JavaScript framework will be fine. Just let them know when you do the interview, I'm comfortable with this one, and they will let you do the interview with whatever one you're comfortable with. And then you'll get down here to preferred stuff, and so they'll talk about, again, this is reiterating, but then they mention TypeScript and Node, which means this has actually got some backend stuff in it. So this is more of a full stack. And so you can just read through the qualifications on these. And again, I'm just familiar with Amazon, so I default to here. This is a senior level position. And so you can get into like, if you're not meeting these, they're probably going to reject it without looking at it. If you don't, if the qualifications for this stuff does not show on your resume will get tossed out before anyone gives it a second thought. These are things that you can pretty much only showcase through your interview segment. Is how they have them broken down. Not all companies will split it into basic and preferred. Some will have required and extras or whatever. What's a company I was looking at stuff? What's a smaller company? There was an AI company. It was AI for lead tracking that came across recently. No, let's just use Salesforce jobs. Basic means core fundamentals. So when they say basic understanding of those kinds of things, well, first off, in here, when they say basic qualifications, they mean basic as in the minimum bar for this job position. And so you'll see in here they don't reference basic anywhere. It just says 5 years of experience doing these things. And so when they say there's going to be it's going to be a fuzzy line, and it's just experience. They expect someone that has 5 years of experience to know pretty much everything when it comes to the platform. Do you know all of the fundamentals in the platform? When I say fundamentals, I mean stuff like are you familiar with these? Do you need to be familiar with all of them? No, we don't expect that. But like, you should have a decent understanding of as a junior engineer, you should understand, I would say, if you pop into object, this is the base, this is the most fundamental thing in JavaScript. You should know at least somewhat about all of the methods in here. Everything that makes up an object. So all of and then you should have the same for string, arrays, and those kinds of things. Do you need to know every single one of these? No, not really. But if someone's like, oh, what's freeze do? You should have an idea of what freeze does. It freezes an object, you know. Like these are the lowest level. So you have your built-in objects, your default structures that exist within your language. So they're looking for things like, do you know what all of the different variable types are? Do you know some of the basic high level of like, can you iterate through an array of items and do like for eaches and like the common stuff? So usually we would test HTML, CSS, and JavaScript separately. Well, HTML and CSS would be one, JavaScript would be another. So a HTML and CSS one would be something along the lines of, and again, I'm used to doing these in person. So it would be like, show me put together the pseudocode for creating a card layout. And then I would leave it at that. And as a mid or senior level engineer, I would expect you to do a lot of requirements gathering questions. Um, what kind of platform is this going into? How is this scaling out? Um, is this going to be handled in a single team or across teams? Does that team have any requirements? Do we need to be dynamically loading in this content from anywhere? Those are the questions I would expect from a senior engineer. When you start looking at it from a junior engineer standpoint, I expect them to dump out a bunch of pseudocode for a card, and then I would start poking and prodding it and following up, and how would you change this? How would you add that? And it's all going to depend on what they showed initially. Again, fairly straightforward. Because again, it's HTML and CSS. When it comes to the JavaScript side of things, a kind of question I would ask a junior engineer is I like to ask questions about promises. And the reason I like to ask questions about promises is they're fundamental. You can't do anything in JavaScript when it comes to data without understanding of how to fetch data. All fetching actions go through promises. It's asynchronous coding. So I would ask a question like, it's fairly straightforward. And the reason I do promises is because you can ask questions like, given this API, and I would just jot something up on the board, /API, question mark, ID equals foo. You're given a JSON response that looks like this, and I would write some JSON up there. Give me the JavaScript code to fetch the data from this endpoint and then dump it into the DOM in a simple div structure. And so that question encapsulates, don't use, and then the next thing would be is do it without any third-party libraries. Just use JavaScript. Because you can do it all, if you know what you're doing, simply with the fetch API. Because this is almost the exact same footprint as the Axios. You can just do a try, drop in your await fetch, and then you just need to do .json. Yeah, here it is, await.json. So fetch, await.json, and now this data is a JavaScript JSON object. So, like, you can get all of that through simple innate promises and default JavaScript APIs. Well, so in that, it's a flow. So the first thing I'd be is, given this API that returns this JSON object, fetch the data and render it to the DOM. As a junior engineer, I'd expect you to do more or less this. I would not expect to see error handling. I would expect something like, response equals await fetch URL, data equals await JSON or response.json, and then again they're dumping it into the DOM. So some ID lookup with a div, something simple. Then I would follow it up and say, okay, where would this error and how would you handle those errors? And then I would expect to see something like a try catch. This is like sometimes, like I wouldn't overly expect this. I more expect introduction of a try catch if they didn't have one with an error statement. This is great if they add this, but for a junior engineer, I wouldn't expect them to know to do response checking and stuff like that. Then, can you manipulate this to use a array structure? How would you render that out? And then we'd start getting into questions about like performance. So yeah, and then so like how would you handle rendering instead of one of these objects? How would you handle it if it returns an array of these objects? How would you introduce that to the DOM? How would you make sure that if you called this endpoint again, it didn't just add and it replaced them? And so I would take a very basic question that you should be able to complete in a couple minutes at most, and then start adding more and more complexity to it. That's just growing the problem space. When I look at it from a senior engineer, I will usually jump about halfway through my problem, encapsulate the top section into a one-liner, and then just let them go. and see where they end up, because they should do the requirements gathering. As a junior engineer, I start at the top of the problem, the most basic of basic, and then expand as far as they can go. And when I go into an interview, I go as an interviewer, I go in with a question and then dozens of follow-ups. I will go in with a question that if you get 100% of the way through it and you're a senior level engineer that can do everything rapidly, it's still going to take you 2 hours to complete. Because sometimes I'll interview a person that what would have taken me probably about an hour and a half or something like that. I'll go in there and they'll be done in 40 minutes, and we'll all be cutting them short on the final stage of the last question, because we only have 40 minutes on the technical side and the rest is introductions and wrap up stuff, you know what I mean? And so they hit the entirety of it, even though it would have taken me twice the amount of time to do. Sometimes you get in and have interviews like that. On the other time, you have the opposite of that, where you have people that come in and are interviewing for a position, and they are interviewing for a position you are the interviewer for, and that's an equivalent position. No. So when you do interviews, you should know enough about it to be able to do it. That's the goal. And if you don't know, you should ask. It is better in an interview segment, it is better to ask the interviewer or mention something about it and let the interviewer fill you in and lead you on some things than it is to just go search things. Searching the internet is one of the worst things you can do, because if it's an online interview, all we see is you going, oh, that's what it is, and then it looks like you just typing in exactly what you saw, kind of thing. So it is better to have that back and forth. Always be talking through what you're thinking, the path you're going. If you get stumped, be like, oh man, I normally know how to do this. I'm just stuck on XYZ, and I can't remember the API for fetch. I can't remember the syntax for fetch. Or I know I'm supposed to, once I get the fetch object back, I know I'm supposed to call something to get it into a usable JSON, but I just can't remember what it is. And then it would be like, oh, you're thinking of the response.json. And so, again, you're interviewing for a junior position. So the assumption going into it is that we want to know that you have worked in the language before and know the fundamentals, but we don't expect you to know everything to be like at our level. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this interview with you. You know what I mean? And so, generally speaking, the person interviewing you should be at least at, or in the case of junior engineers, always above the level that you are at. Because junior engineers don't do interviews. When you start getting to mid and senior level interviews, you'll interview with like peers in industry, other people in that same level as you. But when you're a junior engineer, you're always being interviewed by people that have more experience than you. So they are expecting you to flounder, and their job is to guide you along to find what areas you do and don't know. The interview process is different for every company, but they all understand you're a junior engineer. You're not going to know 100% of everything. There are going to be caveats. Some companies, some companies I've worked for or interviewed with recently, or talked to recently, they are like overly indexed on AI, and they want you to use AI in your development process. To each their own. If they're going to deviate from a standardized interview path, they're going to warn you ahead of time. Hey, AI is important. Make sure you can use it in this interview. Or they're gonna I got invited to a loop not too long ago that was literally AI coding was the name of the loop. And so when I asked about it, because I was like, what the hell do you mean by this? They're like, well, we have a open source repo. We want you to be able to jump in and use AI to add features to it. I was like, well, I'm already deep enough in this loop, I'm going to finish it. But my next thought was, I don't know if I want to work here. But some companies, that's what they're looking for. And if they're going to deviate from the standard, interview process that the industry has known for years, they're going to warn you in some way. And if they're not warning you, and they are shaming or judging you for not knowing things in the interview loop when you're going through it, especially for a junior level position, do not accept a job there. Even if they offer it to you, don't accept it. And I can say that 100% with confidence, because what's going to happen is if they're acting that way towards you in an interview, it's going to be much worse at the company every time. And feel free to ask questions. If you do not feel comfortable in the interview, it will not get better on site. So it's, again, not every company is the same, and you also have to keep in mind the interview rec. That is not a thing I would expect of a junior engineer, because scale is something I would want of a senior engineer. Now, if they're having you do it with AI, it's a different story, because the intention is, the intention of using AI, at least from these companies that are indexing overly on it, is that AI solves the problem for you, and so you should be able to do anything with AI in a 1 hour period, is kind of the thought process they're having for it. It's not. It's incorrect. But you also have to occasionally, and this hit me a lot. This hit me a lot when I was doing my first interviews. There were a lot of companies, like early in my career, there was a lot of companies that would come in and be like, oh, in order to show that you can work for this company, we need you to build this thing and then bring it to us in 2 weeks. Just say no and leave. There's two reasons for that. One, you can do it if you want to. It's a great experience for you. But when you do it, make sure that it has put it in like GitHub or something like that, and put a license on it. Because the other reason for this is, outside of it being a huge time sink for you, usually when they're asking this, the other thing you have to watch out for that these companies will do is they want you to complete work for them. They will take it and they will incorporate it into their thing, and it was free labor. And so you spent 2 weeks of your time working on this thing for them to get up to a point, and then they were just pulling it in as free labor. That's happened a lot early on in my career. It's really, really bad in the like art design side as well. They'll have you build out a design for their company or whatever, and then they will just yoink it and not reimburse you. And so if you're going to go that route, make sure that it is in a Git repo with proof of your work and has a license in it, so they can't just take it and use it. They will make sure to include like a heavy, like really screw them over kind of license if they try and steal it. So keep that in mind. It's fallen out of practice to have people do that, but some companies will still do it. Just beware. And that leans very heavy into that of like the amount of things they're expecting you to do as a junior engineer is outside the scope of what I would expect of a junior engineer. Because again, the assumption is that you're coming in with little to no industry experience. I will expect more of someone that comes in with a degree than someone that comes in with no experience out of a boot camp, for example, because now we're talking about someone that did a 6-month crash course versus someone that has a 4-year degree. And so I would expect the person with a 4-year degree to have a more solid understanding of fundamentals, but I would start both of them at the same point. Reason being is they're a junior engineer. They might or might not have had these things stuck, and they might or might not have had their degree or work in directly relevant fields. And as they are a junior engineer, I can train them on syntax and those kinds of things. I can't make them solve problems better. So I want to know, are they capable of solving problems and working independently? Because when I'm hiring a junior engineer, I'm not interested in how good they are now. I'm interested in how good they are 6 months to 6 years from now. And so my questions are built and designed around trying to figure out your future potential, not your current limitations, if that makes sense. Because hiring people is expensive. Like you have to think just Amazon. Let's just look at Amazon because I'm familiar with the process. You're gonna have at least 6 loops on site, is how it used to be, and you would have at least 1 loop before that was online. So a candidate they would pay to fly a candidate to Seattle from wherever they lived to do this interview process. 6 people, usually a hiring manager and at least 3 engineers, are all taking at least an hour and a half out of their day, because you've got, this is the bare minimum, 1 hour with the candidate and 30 minutes to do a debriefing afterwards and put in their information. Usually it's closer to 2 or 3 hours. So each candidate is at least 4.5 hours of engineering time and at least 4.5 hours of non-engineering time of like loss to the company. And most of these people are making 6 figures plus. So one person in there is 9, I would say on average is probably closer to 15 hours of six-figure salary for a junior engineer to come there, and then they paid for them to fly out. So that's just the portion of everything after all the ingestion point. Then you have all of the, like, just the time sink for it. So it's expensive to hire people. So you don't want to do it again in 6 months when you find out they have no future at the company. You know what I mean? The time is better spent losing 6 months now, the next 6 months of productivity, to have someone that's going to be there for the next 5 years after that, than it is to go through all of that to have someone for 6 months, to scrap them and find someone new for 6 months, to repeat the process until you get it right. You know what I mean? Yeah, I. It could also be the response you got wasn't necessarily you need to be able to handle a million kind of thing. It could have been bad articulation on their part, because you mentioned in here that like I'm trying to follow through on what you're doing here, but you mentioned using Excel to generate and send these emails off. It could be not necessarily that you didn't send 100 emails. It could be a situation of the way you implemented it can't scale to 100 or to a million. There's a difference in those kinds of things. And again, that's also a distinguishment between a junior engineer and a senior engineer that I would not expect a junior engineer to be able to handle in that kind of thing. I would expect a solid future thinking junior engineer, when brought to the attention and be like, hey, what would you do in order to scale this? Or bring in, hey, this has a bottleneck. How could you handle this? I would expect them to be able to start thinking about it and going through the process and being able to suss out why it's a bottleneck, even if they have to ask questions to get there. But I wouldn't expect them to go in and be like, oh, I need to be able to scale this to a million. Like, that's not something I would expect them to go in with initially thinking. If it's a mid-level position, yes. I guess the big distinction is junior engineers should be able to solve the problem they're given at that point in time within the context and constraints at that point in time with little to no, like, hand-holding, but I don't expect it to scale. A mid-level engineer should be able to do everything a junior engineer can do and think about those kinds of things, but they might not necessarily be able to implement them just yet. And then a senior level engineer should be able to think through and understand the shortcomings of where it's going to be and implement them with little to no prompting or leading. That should just be their default. And that's really where we handle on those kinds of things, is like junior engineers, like, contextually aware of it, sure. Do they need to understand how to do it? No, they're not going to have the experience for that. They're not going to have built enough things to be able to do that. Mid-level engineers get into that weird position of, like, they should have enough experience to be familiar, but they might not necessarily have enough for that specific scenario. But they should have enough to be able to be aware that something is wrong and be able to lead down that path, and that back and forth should get to it. Yeah. Um, if the best thing you can do is immediately filter it down to reputable companies. Like, that's why I keep bringing up, like, Amazon, for example. It's like, do they have the best track record? Are they the best company? No, probably not. But it's Amazon. They're not a scam when you go to work for them. Salesforce is a good company. Like a company that you know is a legit company that pays and runs with developers, the more uh, prominent they are and from a development into the development community standpoint, the better. So when you look at Microsoft and GitHub, you can expect they're going to be paying their engineers reasonable salary. If you start looking at like freelance website kinds of things and like, those kinds of match up developers with jobs, they're going to pay you pennies on the dollar for the work that you're doing consistently. They will pay you below what a junior engineer should be making and expect you to be doing, senior engineer or CTO like range, like high level architect jobs at massive like Amazon. They expect you to be doing the highest of the high programming for them and then paying you below what those companies would pay their junior engineers. That's what you're going to find when you start looking into those, which is why I don't tend to do a lot of freelance, and when I do, it's with specific companies. I don't know what it would be in your specific area. Amazon posts theirs though. And they always do it in relation to the job posting location. So if you can find a job posting in your area on a level you're looking for, again, this one's a senior level, so it's not relevant, but area, location, and position level, at the bottom they will put the salary ranges. And again, they will do geographically bound, but this is the range they would expect to be within. I can't say. I don't know. But I need to hop off. My dog is begging to go outside. I need to go to the bathroom. We're past 4 p.m. But if you need more advice on this, you can reach out to me on my Discord. The link is down below. I try and keep an eye on messages on there and stuff like that. And so we have the Discord chat if you want to follow up on there. I will also be streaming again tomorrow. I might be getting on a little late. I need to take my dog to the groomer, and then I will have to stop in the middle of the day at some point to go pick him up again. So, yeah, thanks for joining me, everybody. I will do some things off stream and try and get caught up, and then tomorrow hopefully we can kick off getting things tied in so that we can actually get the game going. Alright, see you guys.